noise over here?
Yeah, I just heard the TV.
All right, okay, let me go turn that shit off. Okay, all right.
The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Listen here. This is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict. I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you can never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye. We don't need him. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me. Speak for me.
I'm talking about Shawty going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electric light to kick us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7 million. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. And man makes them happy because man makes them sorry. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Shane Krummer, and we are joined with our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori, and Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Also on the co-executive producer and co-host of, and our brother Jermaine Anderson from Shreveport, Louisiana, who has been keeping us abreast to the human rights violations that are occurring in the city in regards to these apartment complexes that have been raided recently. So we're going to get a brief update from him on the season 4, episode 10, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. We will be discussing several things in addition to this. The first thing that we're going to be discussing is racist teen that attacked a black youth has pled guilty to doing it. So we're going to get an update from Professor Black Truth on that. Because the white media is trying to stay face for this white boy. Brother Jermaine, can you please go on mute? Because you got like feedback and echoing and chirping going on. Shabaka, your TV is still on.
You still hear the TV set? All right, hold on. Okay, hold on.
So then we got Alex Jones agrees to liquidate his assets in an Infowars. Then we got Representative Jimbo Jangles, Clyburn of South Carolina, says black reparations are impossible to implement. Then we got Bill Maher, your favorite white liberal. Bill Maher, comedian or whatever, says race war will erupt if Donald Trump, meaning the dump as a human shit, and we want to make that perfectly clear.
And we want to make that perfectly clear.
It's jailed. Then we got we weren't able to cover it last week, so we're gonna get. Sorry, we're running about a week behind in this regard. The situation in Atlanta, Georgia, with the Midtown Atlanta water break, second major incident in one day. Then we got Sleepy Jim Crow Biden, y'all president, because y'all voted for him back in 2020. He signs a bogus executive order after dismissing 350,000 migrant asylum cases. Brother Jerome, can you please go on mute? Sorry, Jermaine. My apologies. Okay. I can hear myself in the background, brother. I'm like echoing.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, but could you please go on mute until you're ready to speak? Because it's like extra feedback coming from your end.
Okay, Brother Jermaine is saying is his air conditioning unit on the feedback. He needs that.
No, I just need him to beat his mic on the StreamYard because it's causing extra feedback.
Okay. All right, and what about the feedback on my end right here?
You're good, Shabaka.
Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah, because I just turned off my air conditioning too. And tomorrow they say they got a heat warning tomorrow.
oh my God, I'm not done, Shabaka.
Okay.
But yeah, that's crazy. I want to hear the update on that, but I want to finish the title introduction, Shabaka.
Yeah, sure.
We got New York City lawmakers proposed bill to end sanctuary city status amid immigration crisis. Then we got the illegal migrant news and the unhoused neighbor news and the illegal migrant suites and unhoused neighbor suites.
Okay.
So there's topics for this evening, gentlemen. So greetings from the mile high income illegal migrant flooded city in a sundown town called Aurora, Colorado, where it is raining, it sounds like outside.
Okay. And greetings from Mississippi of the West, from the great state of Nevada.
Okay. So we are joined with our brother Jermaine Anderson, who has a quick update on what's happening down there in Sweetport. So, what is your quick update, brother? Keep it to like 15 minutes or less. That would be great. Oh my God, it's really bad. Really bad echo. Brother Jermaine.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. Concerning the judgment is that the 29 people, which is still, of course, it's not added up, but
It's really low, brother. If you could speak up some more, that would be great because it's really low on our end.
can you hear me better now?
Slightly.
Okay, can you hear me better now?
Oh,
Yes.
yes, sir.
Much
Yeah,
better.
much better. Yeah.
Yeah, because I keep taking into consideration our time zone is different than y'all's.
Yeah.
Right.
It's almost
Yeah,
midnight
because
here, so
right, yes, because you're an hour behind Brother Paris, and I'm wait a minute, you're an hour ahead of Brother Paris, and Brother Paris is an hour ahead of me.
Yep.
But okay, here's the quick update. Like I said earlier, with the Jolie Apartments, we're now hearing that they were actually housing, which is even worse. They were housing illegal immigrants. Though I do still feel they were due legally due process. But again, they were housing illegal immigrants, which is went from bad to worse. And also we feel like I know there's a cover up in bribes because there is no way in the world they didn't know they were housing illegal immigrants. So in other words, whoever snuck them up in there, if they knew they was up in there, and then now they're being real quiet and really in the dark. They don't want you to know. They didn't even want, they don't. We still don't know the names of these individuals who was in the units or supposed to have been squatters. Which I'm starting not to even believe that BS no more. So these were actually people, renters, families, and these were illegal immigrants, and it's against the law. Major crimes. And
Okay.
the city and the mayor knew about that shit.
Okay, now let me ask you this here. Well, when the police department down there put out these illegal immigrants, did they take down their names?
Yes, that's what we think. But of course, they didn't go public with it on the news.
Right. Okay. But however, it was very, very interesting that when a black man goes to court,
You're going to start getting like core requests or whatever. I don't know what they call it down there, but you can get this information via requests on their website, whatever. I think that it costs
the freedom of information act.
Yeah, you can
yeah,
definitely to get this information because we would really like to have this while we're promoting this because I mean we're not saying that your word isn't bond, brother. We just need more information, like more on the ground, like footage. It would help if we could like get an interview or two from some of the people that have been displaced, that type of stuff.
But I won't be able to even find them because nobody in the city know where they went. I don't even know where they went to.
Damn. Okay, then they should have some public records of when they had arrested these people. I mean, did they put them in a county jail? I mean,
that should be public because the housing authority out there owns either it's part owner.
No. That task force arrested them. So in other words, instead of the Shreveport police arresting them, they made up that old BS task force to make it look like they weren't doing anything wrong, which in actuality they were. The whole
said it was people that was involved in it, right? So they should have those records.
Yeah, they should. Yeah, they should.
Okay. Yep. Okay. All righty. And then, has anybody thought about calling up this Maher Arsenal and asking him a question or two on it?
No, I don't even want to speak. I don't even want to speak to that man.
Okay, I'll call the bastard. You know what I'm saying? I'll call the bastard and see what type of bullshit that they're gonna tell us. So I'm gonna have my notepad with me when I do it because I know it's going to be a bunch of bullshit that I'm going to go up against, and I'm already prepared.
On or something, Shabaka, can get like our usual callers that call in. We can get them to call him, blow his goddamn phone lines up.
Oh yeah,
these phone lines up.
All right. You know who I think I might
see what are doing, and we're not going to keep quiet about it.
No, because I told Brother Jermaine right there that when he first broke this story that he came to the right place. You know what I mean? And he did. You know, it's because we're starting to pick a little bit of momentum up on it and what have you. And the next time when I go on Black Power Radio is because what they're doing is they're taking their shows to Zoom now. And what had happened is, you know, this raggedy ass peanut whistle phone I got wouldn't support, you know. Okay, where's that feedback coming from? Is that coming from me?
I can't tell.
All right, mute my mic out for a minute.
Okay. All right, so that's the update, Brother Jermaine.
Yeah, that's pretty much that. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, well, we'll keep y'all updated on Frontline Black News, Revolutionary Agenda, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Join us tomorrow. We'll be able to go into more detail about the situation down the Sweetport then. So I'm going to get us to the first topic of the night, and that is white supremacist racist teen pleads guilty to assaulting a black teen, I believe. So, Professor Black Truth is going to give us the update on that.
Okay.
Fair use of P2.
Mm-hmm.
Soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the moment of truth. And now the Friday Crime Report.
Sorry, not the banner.
Back in November of last year, Shawnee Mission East High School in Prairie Village, Kansas, made national headlines after a white student, Nicholas Rosalie, brutally beat a black female classmate while screaming the N-word at her, and his savage assault was so vicious she had to be hospitalized. Not much has been done about this case in the last 7 months, but recently there has been a development. This thug has pleaded guilty to a felony count of aggravated battery causing great bodily harm. Of course, it remains to be seen what kind of sentence the judge is going to hand down, but if white privilege is any indication for rapists like Brock Turner and Drew Clinton, I think that the judge is going to say, well, we don't want to ruin this little racist life. Not trying to rain on anyone's parade, but we got to be honest about the fact that it's these judges who have turned out to be some of the most problematic adherents of white supremacy. They hand down what amount to acquittals after the fact from the bench. That's their standard operating procedure. And we're kidding no one but ourselves if we don't think that that's actually in the cards, because it usually is. Now, all of this started when the young lady who was attacked had confronted another classmate about calling black students slaves. So this is not something limited just to the criminal who carried out this assault. It's a school-wide problem there. But it's one that couldn't exist without the school actively and deliberately protecting these perpetrators. Now, in this case, this thug, Nicholas Rosalie, decided to involve himself in something that absolutely had nothing to do with him whatsoever. He was beating a girl, and she was attempting to defend herself against somebody who was much larger and stronger than she was. And reports are that this isn't the first time that this creep has done something like this. And when I say the school administrators were allowing him to engage in this violent behavior, I mean that literally. Because this Nicholas Rosalie had also been involved in another violent incident just a few months earlier. So this guy's been doing stuff like this all along, just like we see with Kyle Rittenhouse and others. These criminals are allowed to remain on the loose committing their crimes. It's not that the authorities don't know. It's not that the authorities can't do anything about it. It's that they're doing exactly what these racist people in the society want. The dominant society considers trash like this to be their little attack dogs. And since they're the ones who allowed this guy to remain in school after all of this behavior, they didn't even expel him from what I've been able to find out. That being the case, the school district ought to be sued 5 ways from Sunday. His presence there is their fault. They continue to let him stay there, so they should be responsible for whatever he does. Understand, this is Generation Z we're talking about here, not baby boomers, not Gen Xers, not even millennials. This is the post-Obama generation, and look what a number of racist families have been teaching their children. So while Black families have spent the last 60 years teaching Black children about being colorblind and racial harmony and treating people with respect, we see what the suburbanites have been teaching their children. And they're the very ones who will deny it and lie through their crooked teeth and claim some gibberish about Dr. King and content of your character. Well, we see the content of the character of people like this reprobate. He didn't just spring up out of the ground. He's a product of an environment that teaches that this is how he's supposed to act. He's also the product of an environment that protects hate criminals like himself. Trash like this don't operate in a vacuum. If there were actually consequences consistently meted out for this kind of behavior, he wouldn't have dared commit the crime that he had. But it's precisely because he's been taught that rules don't apply to him, especially when he attacks a Black person. He's been taught that he has genetic immunity from the law, and he has the open approbation and support of all of the political and social authorities around him. That's why he felt fully confident that he could commit a brutal assault and get away with it. Because when you look at the total lack of reaction from the school officials, you see that he was right. The school responded to this violent assault by suspending the girl who got beaten. Yeah, the girl who he attacked, they decided to suspend her. Even though she was the one who was attacked, she was the one who was injured. They were taking his side because they wanted to send the message that Black students are not allowed to defend themselves when attacked by a non-Black person. And we see this across the board throughout the society. Whenever Black people are attacked, whether it be boat workers in Alabama or whether it be flight attendants for Frontier, if a white person attacks a Black person, the authorities might put charges on the attacker, but they will definitely put charges on the Black victim, or the employer will suspend or fire the Black person for defending themselves. The father of this race terrorist was claiming that this attack wasn't racial at all, so clearly he's a Fox News viewer, but his lies weren't going to get his little reprobate off the hook. Now, the mother of the child in this case wasn't talking about forgiveness, and that's a welcome change. In fact, she was saying the opposite. There's consequences for every action. We teach all of our kids that, and they need to teach him that, talking about the thug's parents. Now he's learning it, but he's learning it the hard way. So when Black people stop that forgive crap and stop trying to get a pat on the head from the dominant society, we start seeing different outcomes. And for the slow folks, that's not to say that simply not being a clown and forgiving these racial terrorists is all it takes to get justice. But if you don't act like you're uncompromising on seeing these hate criminals being punished, that makes it a lot easier for these racist governmental figures to let them go too. We'll continue with the moment of truth in just a moment, but first, a word from the official sponsor of Black Empowerment, Power Tools. There's no telling when something's going to come up, so make sure you carry your power tool at all times. You never know when you're going to need to bring the hammer down, or when you'll have some trash that needs to be blown away, or some obstacle that requires cutting down. Don't get caught empty-handed. Keep your hammer close by. Keep that leaf blower at the ready, and always carry your steel. Power Tools. Because no matter what your day job or side hustle may be, there's no excuse for not being ready to put in some work. The only reason that this thug was arrested and even charged was because of the intense public pressure that was put on the authorities. They were determined not to do anything at all. As far as they were concerned, well, this is a school matter. Let the school decide what should be done, which they knew was supposed to be burying the case. But when public pressure wouldn't go away, they were forced to have to arrest this punk and put some sort of charges on him. They had wanted to dismiss the case, or at the very least, they wanted the charges to be no more than a misdemeanor. This way, it wouldn't follow him. By pleading to a felony, though, this thug's got something on his record that's going to follow him for the rest of his worthless life, as it should. White privilege allowed him to engage in behavior like this, and it's not just limited to his school district. You see, this is the Christopher Rufo effect. This is why racists like him push hysteria about CRT and other things. It's meant to encourage racists to carry out violence because they know they have the support of people in government. It's meant to give them some sort of flimsy pretense for it. You know that they want to go ahead and be violent towards black people, but you got to let them know, hey, we're encouraging it. You should do it. And this is the reason why. Why you know you're not really being put upon, but just tell yourself that you are. That's the reason why Rufo and Ron DeSantis have been pushing their anti-black hysteria, specifically for the purpose of encouraging and promoting anti-black violence. That's the entire point of doing it. And it's not just these racist teenagers who carry out acts of violence. Recently, there was another racial assault that took place, this time in Wisconsin, where a white man named Matthew Eddy rushed the stage at his daughter's high school graduation and attacked the black school superintendent because, as this Eddy character put it, he didn't want his daughter shaking the superintendent's hand. Now, there were police on the scene at that high school graduation, and yet this Eddy character wasn't arrested. And he hasn't even been charged as of this recording, so the police are protecting him. For all we know, the thugs in blue put him up to it. Now, the high school whose graduation was marred by this incident is Baraboo High School. And this isn't the first time that that school's made headlines for white supremacist behavior. In 2018, 50 male students took a group photo of themselves giving a Nazi salute. This is what's going on at that one school. And when the school superintendent is physically assaulted and the local authorities do nothing about it, and the school district themselves simply issue a tepid statement saying that teachers and faculty and students should be safe wherever they are on campus, that's how you know they're all in on it. It would be impossible for these racists to operate without the active participation and cover given to them by the authorities. Now, one thing I'd like to know is, when are we going to have any stories about parents pulling their children out of the school because of racist, violent, white supremacist thugs like this Nicholas what's-his-name? White conservatives love to push the line that parents, meaning white parents, are withdrawing their white children from schools because of black children misbehaving. Well, this young lady had to leave that school because of a white student who savagely beat her in the hallway in the middle of class. But of course, as we all know, these are racial narratives, and they're meant to forward the demonization of black people. So when you have white people who go to school boards and scream at the school officials and threaten their lives, these little teenage and preteen racists that they're raising understand that that's what these suburban supremacists are teaching them. When you have teenagers who are acting out white supremacist behavior, you understand that this isn't happening in spite of their parents, it's happening because of them. But at least in this case, this degenerate can now begin his career as a lifelong criminal. He's been committing crimes up until now, and now we can go ahead and make it official. It still remains to be seen if the judge will attempt to subvert justice or not by giving him some lowball sentence or just saying let the guy go with a slap on the wrist. But either way, black students and their parents need to be on alert for these race attacks, and they need to be prepared to defend themselves. As we saw in Wisconsin, even the teachers and the school administrators are not safe if they're black. These white supremacists have the mental calculus that they can go ahead and pull these attacks and nothing's going to be done against them because black people will simply sit there and wait to see what the thugs in blue are going to do, or if the DA is going to do anything about it. What's going to change that calculus is if black people show that they are not easy targets. That's one lesson that these white supremacists definitely need to learn.
That's right.
And that's this week's Friday Crime Report. Keep your eyes open and stay on alert, because there's a lot worse criminals out there than the ones the white corporate media chooses to show you. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Brenda McPherson, Sabrina, Alice Ransom, Zachary Jenkins, and Samuel Divers. Salute to them, and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right, we get good professors.
Okay, on this incident right here, Brother Paris, is what the black parents need to do is start getting their children off into self-defense classes. Okay, you got to return to force because that's the only way they're going to understand it. Okay. Yeah. And so once again, the spirit of Frog Face with his nasty, stinking ass still lives. Okay, the dump, as in human shit, and I want to make that perfectly clear. Okay, is propagating this bullshit. Now, another element that they have is the ass scratchers. Your Uncle Tim Scott's, Yasser Boston, you know, what have you, Barack Obama, that type of shit. Okay, and we have definitely got to get it out there on the airwaves, man. That we're not going to tolerate this shit no more. Okay? Because, see, that's what got the foot up off our neck, man, in the late 1960s. When I was going to school.
We've been stressing that since we've been in operation.
No, yeah, that's it, man. You got to return the fucking force because it is your God-given right, your human right, to defend yourself. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then, you get, as you call them, tethers like Joe Gibson. You know what I mean? And then if Shards calls up tomorrow night, oh, Brother Jermaine, you're going to love that show. Sarge is in trouble. Oh, yeah. And the reason why he's in trouble, because we're going to be mentioning this down here. Also, too, we're going to be mentioning, and please make a footnote of it, Brother Paris, of this incident that happened here to the black students here in school. And what it is what they're trying to do post hip hop is they're trying to keep the nigga in his place. And what I mean by that is with hip hop, with the damage that it has done, these white folk feel it's appropriate to go up here and do this shit because of hip hop. Just like the white boy who was doing a battle rap with a brother, and he says, well, you all use the term nigga, so I'm going to use it too. So he started his rap. He said nigga in between the first N and the first G, between the second G and the ER, that brother laid a perfect, beautiful right cross upside his dome. Okay, so you're going to have to return that type of force, man, because see, this is the only thing these motherfuckers are going to understand. You see what I'm saying?
That,
I mean, yeah. I mean, man, you already got black men shoving ketchup up their ass, talking about their menstruating. Okay.
But the feedback is horrible.
Okay, but what he did the first time, it killed the feedback. Okay, and so it's your human right, man, to defend yourself. You don't stand there and allow yourself to be beat on, man.
Right.
See, there's that throwback to slavery. You know what I mean? Now, then when you get,
what are your thoughts on this? Because it's really hard to hear you with all this feedback.
Yeah.
I guess that's the AC. Okay, he dropped off.
Okay, yeah, okay. So I guess it's the air conditioning. But Brother Jermaine, please comment in the chat room, and we will read your comments on the air. Okay, so what it is, man, is that you simply got to return the force, and then another ones who really need to be held accountable on this is these sorry ass, stinking ass, black ass politicians.
Yeah, we're about to get on there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're part of the problem too.
Yeah, they're part of the fucking problem.
All right, so I'm gonna move to the next topic.
Okay.
Hopefully this family gets justice for their daughter. The daughter should not have been attacked by this race soldier. Should have been even allowed to do this. It's had a pattern of this type of shit. It's like another call shit in house type of situation. Except shot nobody yet.
Yeah, right. And then, oh yeah, most definitely. And then to quote the words of Frogface, what did Frogface say? Segregation yesterday, segregation today, segregation tomorrow. Okay. And may that evil bastard rest in peace. You know?
Right. Speaking of another evil bastard, we got Alex Jones. He has agreed to liquidate his assets in the Infowars.
Oh, okay. Then what he need to do is take about $100,000 and drop it over here on Frontline Black News as part of his penalty.
Oh, I meant to say race soldier in training, because this is the type of they allow on the police force and all institutions in this country, from the health department to the transportation department to police department, sheriff's department, the court system. Let's go. So, yeah. So moving along. So Alex Jones is done. Infowars is done. Pay out all that money. That's why he was crying last night.
Okay, brother Jermaine says that he's tired and that he's going off here.
Okay.
And he says, thanks. Okay, brother Jermaine. Yeah, because it's time differential.
I know it's very late where you're at. So.
Yeah, because he's an hour ahead of you.
Yeah, it's already midnight where he's at. It's after midnight.
Yeah, okay. And I'm going to try to stay on with you all, man, at least till 11 o'clock my time.
Okay, that's nothing another hour, so let's try to get through it.
Yeah. All right, in the meantime, I'm trying to put this Bluetooth up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Transform your hair with hair growth products by 12 tribes on Earth. Experience natural, powerful ingredients that promote thicker, longer, and healthier hair. Say goodbye to thinning and hello to confidence. Hair growth oil, shampoo, spray, and butter by 12 tribes on Earth, because your hair deserves the best. Just look for the links in the comments section. You know, last week I did a video on Alex Jones and he was just boo-hooing and crying over the feds coming after him. Well, he has recently agreed to liquidate his assets because he owes the Sandy Hook families $1.5 billion. And this move will end Infowars. This will be the final ending to it. Right-wing conspiracy theorist Alex Jones on Thursday moved to liquidate his personal assets, agreeing to demands from the families of Sandy Hook victims, whom he owes $1.5 billion in damages over his lies about the 2012 school massacre. The seismic move paves the way for a future in which Jones no longer owns Infowars, the influential conspiracy empire he founded in the 1990s. Over the years, Jones has not only used the media company to poison the public discourse with vile lies and conspiracy theories, but also to enrich himself to the tune of millions of dollars. Prior to Thursday, Jones had resisted converting his personal bankruptcy into a Chapter 7 liquidation. Facing mounting legal pressure, he reversed course and caved to the demands of the Sandy Hook families, who have still not seen a penny from Jones since the jury, Connecticut and Texas juries had found him liable in 2022 for defamation and emotional distress. His lawyer said in the filing there was no reasonable prospect for a successful reorganization, and that continuing down the path would only result in additional expenses incurred by Jones. The legal maneuver ultimately means Jones' ownership in free speech systems is going to get sold. So this is what they're saying, that Infowars is going to get sold off and he will no longer have it. That's part of the liquidation. Converting the case to Chapter 7 will hasten the end of these bankruptcies and facilitate the liquidation of Jones' assets, which is the same reason we have moved to convert his company's case to Chapter 7. This is according to one of his attorneys.
Bankruptcy protection.
So there's a hearing scheduled for Friday, this coming Friday, to determine the fate of free speech systems bankruptcy. But regardless of what happens in the case Thursday, legal moves set the stage for the court appointed trustee to liquidate Jones's personal assets, and that includes his stake in Infowars. So the liquidation of Jones' assets does not mean that Infowars will cease to exist. Several outcomes are possible. The court-appointed trustee could sell the business to another owner, for instance. A representative for Jones did not immediately respond to a request for comment Thursday night. So, y'all, this looked like it is really the end for Infowars as Alex Jones owning it. He owes a lot of money. Alex Jones is not going to have the lifestyle that he once enjoyed. Things are going to dramatically change for this man financially. And I mean, I don't know why he went on and on and on about Sandy Hook the years and years that he did. It didn't make any sense after a while, but you know, he paid a big price for it, a huge price.
Mm-hmm.
Not only his livelihood, his now business, because Infowars was his business, and financially, he's definitely never going to be the same. So, y'all, I guess this is another example. They can definitely be touched.
Oh, yeah.
But please tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment.
Yeah, please do the same for Frontline Black News.
Yeah, subscribe to Frontline Black News. So we love you and all, but we're trying to make our money too. All right, first place, it's good to see this dude out on his ass. Okay. It will be great news to see him out there standing on the freeway talking about he'll work for food. Okay. The reason I don't have no sympathy for this motherfucker, you know what I'm saying, is because as you already know, Brother Che and Lady Che, when we was going through our hardships, you know, wasn't nobody giving us shit. Okay. So I don't have no sympathy for this bastard. I really don't.
Right.
You know. I mean, you know, I might see him out there. I might give him $2 to wash the car. You know what I'm saying? You know, I might give him $2, but I ain't giving that motherfucker no more than $3 on anything, because he knew what the fuck he was doing. It came back. It bit him in the ass. Okay, then own up to it. That's it. Because there is no such thing of where you should have a poor white boy in the United States of America when the system is geared for him.
Right.
Hey, well, be like that.
He wasn't poor until now. He's definitely in the powerhouse now.
Okay, well then, you know, he should be finding him a tent, a freeway overpass to live up under, and fuck him.
Mm-hmm. I agree, Shabai.
Mm-hmm. Because he knew what the hell he was doing when he was doing this bullshit. That's what kills me about these bastards. Just like that son of a bitch that jumped on that black girl. He knew what the fuck he was doing.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So what does that prove, Brother Che? You the legal. Doesn't that qualify, sir, as intent?
Yes.
Okay. I only studied one course in it, man. I just want to make sure, you know, I haven't forgot, you know, some of my notes now.
No, you did.
Yeah, and so, but the sad part about it is that in the black community, you got so many of these Tim Scotts, brain dead, ass scratchings, warlocks, warnocks, Larry Elders, you know, Leo Terrell, you know, them type of Yasa bosses. And what they do, what their limited influence is that they are stagnating our economical growth, they are stagnating our educational growth, and they damn sure are stagnating our growth on us to defend ourselves. Is because look at the social ills that we have, in our community. Oh, well, if another black dude did this to me, oh, I gotta go kill him and all that. But as soon as the white boy steps on their toes, what do? We shall overcome.
White supremacy.
Something, yes, sir. And something is very, very wrong with that. You see? Actually, it is what they would call an act wrong within itself. Now, and as you know, is that they never wanted a black man to defend himself on nothing. On nothing.
Nope.
So later for that sack of shit with his cowardly lying looking ass.
Right. He definitely ain't got the heart for this.
Yeah.
Yep. So another casualty of war.
Oh yeah. And he knew what he was doing, and he can kiss my ass.
Right. So moving along, Jim Bojangles Clyburn down in the good old state of South Carolina.
Oh boy. Oh yeah. Jim Clyburn. Yeah.
He says, Shabaka,
Yeah.
that black people, it's going to be impossible for black Americans for them to implement reparations for black Americans.
Why is that?
Any number of reasons. What was it? Bernie Sanders said it wasn't feasible.
Uh-huh.
Clyburn said, you're never going to get it. You're never going to get it.
Watch live and local news from a variety of networks.
Sad.
My bro star, llyegal said we wasn't going to get it either. As long as we identify as black or African American, we won't get it. So Sister Vicky's going to give us an up with Jim Bojangles.
Okay.
Shout out to Sister Vicky on a kind of fast forward because it's a long video, so I'm trying to get to the meat of it.
Our brothers of old with this sellout. So let me just fix that real quick. Talk back to me, somebody. What's coming up? They just told you they couldn't even stay on this subject long. They immediately jumped to how he was able to help Joe Biden, how he might be able to do it once again. He shared with Morning Edition's Michael Martin why he stepped down in his assessment of the state of the presidential race so far. The interviewer asked him about why he's stepping down, and he says, well, twofold. I think it's high time for a transition for a younger generation is here. A younger leadership is here, because we know he's full of crap on that. And I want to be a part of helping that get done in a way that would ensure continuity and effectiveness. Now, to the degree he's saying he wants a young person in that position, and he wants to make sure that there's continuity and effectiveness, he wants to make sure that his cooning
continues on.
It's passed down.
Yep.
Right.
He don't want that lineage broken. He wants to make sure that whoever fills the role is going to be sucking up. They're going to understand and accept white supremacy. They're not going to do anything that's substantive for black Americans. Talk black to me, somebody. Then he says, and secondly, y'all ready? Y'all ready?
Yeah.
I might need to, y'all know how I like to try to make certain words bold, because I don't want y'all thinking that Vicky's making this up. Let me see if I can highlight this. What is the second reason he tells us? What does it say right there, highlighted at the bottom?
Okay, gotcha.
Y'all see the second reason at the bottom?
First, African American to serve.
He says, and secondly, what is it, y'all?
Majority whip, which is a key leadership role. Now you're the leader of the Democratic caucus.
On the campaign
What?
for Joe Biden.
Have you decided to step in on?
So that's why he's going to leave the seat vacant for unfulfilled. So with nobody in there, I'm out. I got to give time to Massa. I got to give undivided attention for Massa. gotta make sure that Master hits the target, and that I'm his tool to use against my own people. I gotta be that bait to catch that black fish and get them caught up in that Democratic net, so that they can be eaten at the next Baptist fried catfish event. God today. I told y'all, when you see the Democrats keep coming to the fish fry, I'm telling you, you the fish. They're trying to prophesy to you. They're telling you you're the thing that's being caught and eaten. Talk black to me, somebody.
You on the menu.
So Bon Appetit.
Man, we've been stating that on our podcast for the last 8 fucking years.
But I gotta remind you what he said. What did he say during the last election? Talk black to me, somebody. So that's what he's doing now. That's news that he's recent news for this upcoming election in a few months that he's doing now. But I gotta remind you of his mindset, which is completely cancerous and anti-black. During the last election, remember how I told you that some of the presidential candidates were talking about reparations because of us? The black grassroots media, we gave it energy and momentum.
Yep.
So they started taking our talking points. They weren't taking Roland's talking points. They're not taking Joy Reid's talking points. They weren't taking Don Lemonade's at that time when he had a job at CNN. He's now fired. They weren't taking his talking points. Them folks that's together now. Angela Rye, when she was on CNN a couple years ago, 2-3 years ago, they weren't taking her talking points. Don't get me wrong, she believes in reparations, but they don't push it like we do as the main issue. They don't use it as the issue to tell the Democrats, if you want us to show up, you've got to show up for us with this particular policy issue.
Right.
Don't get that twisted with people like her that you heard say we should get reparations.
Yeah, like Jeff.
They don't force the Democrats to address that as a main issue so that we come to vote.
It's free cool thinking zone.
Same with Charlemagne. Or Charlotte. Charlotta.
Raleigh Poland Martin.
Yeah.
Nobody's taking their talking points. The presidential candidates were taking our talking points. What's the other one that's on that show? Tiffany Cross. They're not taking Tiffany Cross. She don't have no job on MSNBC anymore either. She specifically told her MSNBC audience not to listen to folks like us.
Yep. So we were rushing by.
5 minutes later, she was fired. Don Lemon. That's his name. Who had been with CNN for zillions and zillions and zillions of years. In the twinkling of an eye, he is all for LGBTQ, all of that stuff. They threw him all the way away. And they used white women to do it. Y'all remember?
Yep.
So while y'all out here talking about how we should worship and glorify all the people, Roland been fired from CNN. He's rejected from every space and place and sphere.
His job back with CNN this whole time.
Roland was on a big black network, TV1. They didn't want him no more.
Nope.
The white people don't want you. The black ones don't. They just don't want you.
Nobody wants you.
The underworld, subterranean entities. So y'all can't tell us nothing about the legitimacy of our talking points when y'all keep getting fired. What's the other one on this new show? So Angela Rye, former CNN, no more. Wouldn't renew your contract.
One that
I believe
against the panties.
If I remember correct. MSNBC, Tiffany Cross, they fired you, girl. Bye. Roland been gone from, see, all the people that don't like us and tell people not to listen to us. Watch this. Then Andrew Gillum. I think y'all call him Bussy some enough. Because he got caught up with the men in that hotel smoking that stuff.
And it was
with their backsides tooted in the air. With his black wife and children at home. I mean, if you went that way, okay. But we found out in the tabloids and stuff. Andrew Gillum was running a powerful campaign to become governor of Florida. They shut him down with a federal bussy investigation. The feds came after him.
Yep.
But they said it, they put him, how did they get the pictures of you in there with all them white boys with the stuff tooted and the whatever it was y'all was smoking? I forgot the drug. So all those rejects got a show now that Charlemagne put together. Podcast. All of them still talking about the Democrat Party. They came out to try to bust, to tell us the secrets of how terrible MSNBC is and CNN, the Democrat Party. Ninja, when we was calling him out, y'all was defending them.
Yeah, they was.
By dogging us.
Mm-hmm.
We knew they wasn't nothing.
Same
with Simone Sanders. Remember Simone, who worked for Bernie Sanders when he was running at one time? Then she flipped the script and she wasn't progressive no more. She started to be racist, Joe Biden energy, so she started working for Joe when they announced the new president, the new race. She went with Joe Biden, didn't she? She started working for his campaign, started dogging black people, and thought that she was finna get the press secretary job.
Yeah, she thought she was gonna get a career.
We prophesied to her upon the campaign. Linebacker, that will never be. Your destiny is the Broncos.
That's right, Mickey.
We believe you should shine and thrive where your skill set is. You're good at using your beautiful, voluptuous body. You allowed it to jiggle and twitch and all that for Joe Biden to defend his life from a non-dairy, non-violent protester on the stage.
Yeah.
And then you broke a nail on it, which no intelligent black woman would ever do for the oppressor.
Right.
You thought when you did that was going to be your shoe-in. You thought because you was doing good on the campaign, you thought your talking points was good. They told you was a senior consultant. You was telling black folks to shut up. You told black men you was tired of listening to them.
Yep, she did all that.
Joe Biden won, and girl, you thought that you was finna get ready to be in that press secretary room. We knew that wasn't your destiny. But y'all be thinking y'all know massa and the Democrats better than us. How do we keep getting it right?
Right.
So what did Simone do?
Same thing.
Simone turned on Joe Biden. She started letting her people from CNN and her other team folks leak how the White House started dogging her, didn't she? And how she disappointed that she wasn't chosen for press secretary. Girl, we knew they wasn't finna let no linebacker come up and you lying back. Always being penalized for, what did y'all call it? Unnecessary roughness.
Yep.
Pretty much.
Y'all know nothing about sports, but my beautiful, cute little supporters. When I was giving this analogy a long time ago, I asked y'all for some help. And boy, did y'all come through. One of y'all said, yes, Vicky, unnecessary roughness. Because I was talking about she need to be penalized for something. Y'all threw that in there. I was like, my God, I understand football now.
Flag on the play. Flag on the
That was all that unnecessary roughness.
Yeah.
She thought she was finna get the job. She just knew she was finna be Kareem Jean-Pierre. I gotta go, family. She just knew. We knew, girl, we've been told you that wasn't finna work. Just like we knew CNN and MSNBC would eventually throw away all of you sellouts, all you bones and biscuits.
Yep.
Vicky, get back to this real quick before you go. Last thing. What did I say? I want to remind you of Jim Crow. Clyburn. Don't forget this. Some of y'all forgot this. Some of y'all forgot this. Remember, I brought all that up because I was telling you that the presidential candidates were quoting us.
Yep.
They were using our talking points. Y'all remember that?
Yep.
Not theirs. Y'all better understand your power and quit being obsessed because they sitting on the platform as a functional state-run Democrat media entity.
Yep.
The power ain't with them no more.
Power about to behind us.
Joe said, I remember him saying that. I want y'all to remember. I can't. So Joe is leaving it all behind so he can help Zaddy one more time. What happened when the other presidential candidates was coming out talking about reparations, taking our talking points, and they were using their big bully pulpits to question whether or not we should be getting reparations? What did James Clyburn do? What did he do, y'all? James Clyburn came out like Stephen did in Django. How many of y'all know that Jamie Foxx plays Django in that movie? The newly released slave, former enslaved guy who going to get his woman. Yep. What's her name? I forgot the lady who played his wife in that movie. Some of y'all was mad when I gave my review.
Do you remember
what was
I forgot her name.
Django's wife. Wife. What's her name? The actress. Washington. Yeah, Kerry Washington. I forget her name in the movie though.
Scandal.
Yeah, thank y'all. Yeah, that's it, Kerry Washington. But I forgot her name in the movie. Anyway, some of y'all.
It was Ingrid.
After I saw the movie had been out forever. But when I saw it finally, because y'all know I'm picky about stuff and stuff like that. Anyway, my review of the movie, that was the greatest love story I had ever seen.
No,
he got his
the greatest love story.
And she was turned on when he was blowing up and tearing up the enemy. Talk black to me, somebody. Her whole world shifted. Miss Green said, Broom Hilda. Thank you. Because she spoke German. She sure did. She spoke German fluent. Thank y'all. Y'all be having my back. Yeah. Thank you, Picky Nation. Look, she's gorgeous. She fine, intelligent, right? Child, this woman.
Yeah, that's what she played.
Her man came and got her, didn't he?
Yes.
Didn't he come get her? He tore up some stuff. She did not get in the way of stuff. Talking about, well, I'm not, I don't think. And baby, just let it go. She wasn't that kind. And she knew she may not ever see him again. She knew he would likely die doing the right thing. But she knew, yes, that he was a revolutionary. And baby, if you gotta do your thing, man, I got you in this world, in the world's to come. Child, this woman's world twirled all. Come on, that was the greatest love story ever told. Shoot, that's exactly what he said, Yolanda. Not on my watch. Talk black to me. James Clyburn in that movie Django. Remember, it was a black man, Stephen. And a lot of raccoons, a lot of coons now got the name Stephen in mainstream media. Their name is totally prophetic of Stephen in that movie, ain't it? But I digress. James Clyburn.
They got the audacity to call
when the candidates, many of them white, presidential candidates, was making reparations a big issue during the campaign.
Yep.
Who came in to shut it down?
We did.
Why y'all laughing at me, Voodoo Glitch? Why y'all laughing at me, Momo? I said, who came and shut it down? Who was the one that got Django caught up in the first place and blew his cover? It was Stephen. It was the black enslaved guy. Oh. He was the one that put that tipped off the master.
Right.
Funny looking stuff. It's always one of us that tell our open enemy how to trap us. Yep. Which is why I go after some of y'all first. You understand? Y'all know it's a spiritual principle that said that that the division has to take place first within or in-house first before it ever could be with the enemy. I'm paraphrasing. Judgment, in other words. What happened? I gotta remind y'all, I have to give y'all receipts. What did he say? Headline, one more time. One more time.
From the producers of Vanderpump Rules, welcome to the Valley. Adult stuff.
Our priorities have changed.
Fuck the commercial. Fuck the commercial.
Headline says Congressman James Clyburn challenges reparations. despite the 2020 presidential candidates being open to the idea. It was the ninja that came flipping out, talking about shut that down. We ain't talking about that. Everybody that's coming in, be sure to hit that thumbs up button, share. And y'all make sure that y'all subscribe and hit notification bell, even though they don't send out the notifications a lot of times. Listen, what happened? In the wake of at least a few 2020 presidential candidates, I'm gonna say it again because y'all be thinking that the energy would be with the mainstream media. It's not. In the wake of at least a few 2020 presidential candidates coming forward in support of using reparations to lessen racial inequality, House Majority Whip. See that title tell you everything too, don't it? Mm-hmm. House Majority Whip James Clyburn has pushed back, stating he takes issue with the idea. See, his title in the House, y'all, it's called House Majority Whip because the ninja be having a whip to whip us. Yep. How many of y'all know a lot of times when the enslavers, when they wanted to punish one of us, how many of you all know that they often use one of us to do the whipping? Mm-hmm. Remember, we saw that in the movie Django too, remember? That's why he's called the House Whip at the time. He was a House Whip. Mm-hmm. That's prophetic. In charge. That's not a coincidence. Watch this. Yes, the overseer, beloved. Watch. He pushed back. Now, who was making it an issue? At least a few of the 2020 presidential candidates. But to get a white presidential candidate's cover, this ninja coming out. According to The Hill, Clyburn, a South Carolina Democrat who also happens to be the highest ranking African-American congressman. Y'all remember this is when the election was going. I have to remind you, this is the mindset that's at work now on Joe Biden's campaign. So be watchful. Watch this. Clyburn, a South Carolina Democrat, happens to be the highest ranking African-American congressman, said he thinks, quote, pure reparations would be impossible to implement. And he believes that giving any sort of tax incentives to developers who work in low-income neighborhoods is just smoke and mirrors. I'm not making that up. When I posted this on one of the platforms today, one of y'all came out and said, well, it's going to be impossible for me to ever vote for him again. Y'all better talk black to me.
That's what I said. Fuck the election.
He's quoted and saying, remember, it was the 2020 presidential candidates, at least some of them, that were coming out to make an issue. The reason why I'm on the couch. This is James Clyburn that came out and said
no more.
That he thinks is, quote, pure reparations would be
40 years, man, and got tired of getting my head blown.
And he believes that even giving any sort of tax incentives to developers who work in low-income neighborhoods is just smoke and mirrors. It says in previous elections, neither Hillary Clinton nor former President Barack Obama expressed support for reparations, but the perspective on this issue appears to be shifting among major Democratic candidates for the upcoming 2020 race. I got to remind you all about power, because see, the black talking heads that do media, the false prophets who are the reporters now, they don't want our power and influence to come out like is admitted in this article from a few years ago when the 2020 presidential candidates were quoting us. So they use a coon to jump in there to shut it down so that they can give the white candidates cover. So they can say, well, hell, even the highest ranking black men don't think y'all should get it. Facts. The actual House Whip at the time. Y'all see how that works? Peace, Nikki. And this is a good reminder in this piece. Remember when Hillary Clinton and Barack was asked about reparations? Remember Barack Obama, your first so-called black president. Remember when he was debating, what did he say? What did he say when he was asked about reparations? He gave a very clear and unambiguous. Hillary was all over the place for her answer, but of course it was no, but she was trying to pretend like it was a yes, but she was playing. She took 15 years to answer. Barack didn't. He said hell to the no, no, no. And when he was in office, Remember when he gave that interview to Ta-Nehisi Coates? And I constantly read you the transcript version of it from the Atlantic piece they did. Remember, Obama even went so far as to argue against us getting reparations. Yep. So not only did he not use a bully pulpit to push reparations, he argued against it and actually said that young Asians and young Hispanics are going to say, why should they have to pay when they're first generation immigrants and they didn't have nothing to do with it? He literally made that argument. Please understand, as I keep telling y'all, every time one of them try to act like it's the Republicans that don't want us to have reparations, and that's why they need everybody on board. No, Ninja. When y'all had both the House and the Senate and your president, your Democrat president, that's all you needed to pass that. They don't care, and they didn't make it an issue for us. Because it's the Democrats that don't want us to have reparations either. Keep in mind that James Clyburn said that it would be impossible to implement. Yep. And even some raggedy, watered-down version of developers getting tax credits to come into low-income neighborhoods, he said, was smoke and mirrors. This is who just left their little useless post right now to give all his time and attention to help Joe Biden. Y'all need to be talking to y'all's grandmamas and y'all's aunties and your uncles and your daddies and stuff. Your pastors, your fraternity folks, your sorority folks. At all. And y'all need to be telling them now. Y'all need to be paying them a visit now. If you ain't went to go see Big Mama down south in Longstaff, go see her. Spend 2 days. Put on the Vicky show and tell her don't do it. Meaning don't vote for them. Because he getting ready to give all his energy to this to trick your black family in the South. In particular. Don't ever forget he said that. And I had to remind you, and I had to let you know what he said in the past and what he's doing right now in the future. I got to run, family. Once again, my dear sisters, I'm only going to be allowing you one more, probably not even a full week, actually. I was about to say one.
Thank you, Sister Vicky. All right, Shabaka, what's your thoughts on Jimbo Clyburn trying to run in Biden? Go ahead.
Yeah, the sister is absolutely correct on everything she is saying. And then, too, this is a shout out to the dumb ass human shit.
Yeah, what's the toilet start?
And so the sister was right on point on what it is, but they had an ass scratch and comb in the gossip boxes over it, man. It's because Clyburn, man, very old, is real real, man. Barack Obama, it's impossible, and of course on Jim Scott, it is impossible for them to believe that bullshit themselves. It's impossible. It's because they're on puppet strings, man. You know, just like what the sister was saying, these motherfuckers are on puppet strings. You see what I mean? You know, and it's sad, and it's really sad, and it just goes to show of how much we have regressed in the last 50 years as opposed to progressing. You see what I mean? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
Now, ask yourself this. Okay, ask yourself this. Why is it when Hyde Biden and Clyburn and some of these reptilians come out there and says, well, remember what Martin Luther King said, be judged by the content of your character and not the color of your skin. But one thing that you motherfuckers omit is when Dr. King said shortly before he was killed, I led our people into a burning house with integration, saying they don't want to come to you with that.
And they forget that he was coming to Washington to get our goddamn check. We reclaimed Malcolm Luther King Jr. They can't use that number, just like they can't use Selma or Addis Pettis Bridge. Oh, they can't use it. Come on. That shit don't work on that. They don't work on that.
We're not buying for it. Because I'm going to keep it up there in their face as long as I can.
That ain't working for the generations behind you.
No, it's not. And then, like I said, and this is why I always quote Frogface: segregation yesterday, segregation day, and segregation tomorrow. Now, remember when he said that bullshit? Tomorrow is these current contemporary times.
Yep.
Understand?
Yep.
Okay. When he said today, he was talking about the time of the civil rights movement, pre-Black empowerment era. When he was saying yesterday, of course, he was talking about the plantations of Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, Louisiana, Texas, Tennessee, Kentucky, Maryland. You see what I'm saying? The Carolinas. Oh, and then down there in the great state of Florida, too. So therefore, Florida, I hope you all wreak havoc on the Panty's house. Hopefully an alligator go up there and bite him in his ass.
That would be lovely. Like the sharks is eating their asses in Florida right now.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I'm saying? And then, not to mention the fact, like I said, I've been down there through the great state of Florida. Been through Alabama. You know, I was in communication with you, Brother Paris. You know, when I was making those treks, even went to Augusta, GA, and saw James Brown Boulevard. You know, but the spirit of the ancestors, man, kept in my ears. The misery, the screaming of the brothers being beaten and castrated, women being raped, and then of course was feeling the spirit of our sister Harriet Tubman going down there with her shotgun saying, "Look, fool, you either gonna be free or dead. You got 3 minutes. You got 3 seconds to make up your fucking mind."
She would have freed 1,000 more if they would have known they were slaves.
Exactly. Okay. Now you see, this is why we created the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead. Okay. Now the mental dead, you have to realize it's not their fault simply because they got that shackle on their brain. And when we share this knowledge of Brother Parrott, we got to spoon feed it. You see what I'm saying? Because, you know, as long as we've been doing this, man, you know, you've seen all the opposition that we got in-house. But when we spoon feed it, then we see, you know, how, you know, this medication is taking effect and they easing that chain off. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's a mighty task, you see, because you know, yeah, because all of us are on shoestring budgets. You see what I'm saying? So we need some donations here, especially. You see what I mean? And the musky dude is a fucking Boer. He's not an African. He's a Boer. He's Dutch. Okay, you see what I'm saying? His look at his name. You know, and then when I look at that straight hair, pale, ghost-looking motherfucker, man, that dude is Dutch, man. That ain't no African. You know what I mean?
South Africa, though, like Sarge said, he is a South African.
See, Brother Che, the thing is about Sarge is, okay, and Sarge, we hope you see this. I feel sorry for Sarge in the long run, okay? All right, but I'd be goddamned, man, if he's going to put that bullshit on me to get me to believe that shit. But I do feel sorry for the brother. I really do. But Sarge, but Sarge is all over the place, you know. And Sarge, and Sarge, if you're out there and you hear us on here, please be sure to spell our name correct, okay? You can come on there, pretty much say, you know, anything you want. But, okay, we never gave Sarge the eject button, have we?
Not lately, Shabaka.
Oh, okay, not lately. Okay, yeah. See, at Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, folks, we don't mind pushing the eject buttons when people gonna come on our platform and talk bullshit to us because we research our episodes. We speak through life experiences. We speak through material that we read, and not no damn tether, to quote Brother Che. Yeah. All right, is gonna sit up there and tell us any fucking different. You're not gonna sit there and piss on us and tell us it's rain.
A tether is a foreign coon, Shabaka.
A tether is a what? The tether is what kind of coon?
A foreign coon.
Okay, so a tether is a foreign coon. Okay, now glad you brought that up because there was a sister that did a YouTube video and she was crumb bumming on this Negro who was out of Nigeria, and she had straight there and told his ass, and which she was right, that in the U.S. we went up there and got beat down and shit for all these rights that you motherfuckers is coming over here to the United States and getting. You see what I mean? And so therefore, so what you need to do is get your head up out your asses and wake the fuck up. Is because you take a Nigerian, you take a black motherfucker from the south side of Chicago.
But they don't see it like that. Bucky, you keep giving that example, but they don't see it.
Well, okay, but that's just it though, brother Che.
As one big ass nigga. They see them
okay, but what
whatever they want to identify as, other than black.
Okay, but hold on, old brother Che. So what all them individuals need to do is take a trip to the city of Los Angeles. And let's say take your black ass and go out there, man, to let's say West LA division out there by Brentwood. And just walk down the damn street, man. You ain't got to do nothing wrong. Just walk down the street. And then when West LA division, the same ones that arrested OJ, okay, pull your ass over and they're going to say, hey, ID, going to give me your ID, internal passports,
whatever. The police see us as one big nigga.
Right. And the only thing they're going to say is that we got 4 male Negroes stopped here on Bundy Street. You see what I mean?
Soldiers see us as one big nigga, but these tellers themselves as our brothers or our sisters.
And right, and that's why the race soldiers keep doing what they're doing. You're right. You're not looking at your reason.
Shit. And since you know, there's like how many tribes in Africa? How many languages?
It's over 80 that I know of. The last I done research on it.
So they come over here with that bullshit. Plus they get told they don't have nothing to do with them black Americans.
Exactly. Or Africans in America, you know, because like I said, when they cut that goddamn check for reparations, you know what I'm saying, I might go to black American. But what it is that I am, as I stated for the last 50 years, a black man in America. They say because if I was a goddamn American, we wouldn't have to worry about this COVID shit being placed in our community. If we were goddamn Americans, we wouldn't have to worry about them strategically putting these GMOs on food in the black community. If I was a goddamn American, we wouldn't be having niggas like Tim Scott and other coon-ass motherfucker Clyburn, the sister just Midden, and other stack of shit, Hakeem Jeffries. And Lord knows we wouldn't be having nothing like Cop Mama. She is disgusting.
That's a perfect segue to the next topic, and that'll probably be the last one that you're on. It's already night there. So, should Americans be proud of America?
Should what now?
Should black Americans be proud of America?
To show your pride in America, take your American flag, use it for a doormat, and piss on it. Let the dog piss on it too.
There was a black slave girl by the name of Grace Wisher. She sewed the first design for the American flag.
Okay, and Betsy Ross plagiarized it.
Yep.
Okay, that sounds about right. Yeah, that sounds accurate. And then also too, let's look at another thing. At the last Super Bowl here, that neither one of the Pony Express went to or the Raiders went to. The Pony Express was in the barn eating oats. And the Raiders here was stuck in dry dock, stuck on stupid.
To run all over you horse, ship docks, pirates.
Well, we're pirates, brother Che. You know, we go everywhere, man. You know what I'm saying? But when I sat there and I watched them brothers and sisters sing, lift every voice and sing, and them stinking ass cave people, you know, didn't come to attention. They paid it no mind. And Then here comes the Star Spangled Banner. They standing all straight up and shit like that. And then I argued with some ignorant ass bastard on Facebook, and I deleted and blocked his ass. Well, there's only one national anthem. And I said, look, Trick, you got to understand, we built your goddamn country. You understand? And the least fucking thing you bastards could do if you are serious about some type of reconciliation is stand for lift every voice and sing. You see what I'm saying? And then don't get mad at no brother or black woman who will sit down there while that bullshit is playing. And then as you pointed out, Brother Che, a few months ago, look at the wording of the Star Spangled Banner that was written by Francis Scott Key, where they took that part out of it where they said, kill every nigga that fights with the British, because the British were saying, well, hey, slaves, you know, we'll give you your freedom on. Yeah, you see. But then you had too many Oscar bosses, you know, Clyburns, Uncle Tim Scott's with his stymie ass looking ass, skinning and grinning, you bow, we ain't gonna do about we you boss. People, when is that insanity going to end? I mean, what does a motherfucker have to do? He has to go get drunk to get rid of that insanity. He has to go smoke him some weed to get rid of that insanity. Or what? I mean, this is a hell of a mystery right here, Brother Che. To me, and the twilight in my life, man, the mystery is how can we unlock that chain on these brain dead motherfuckers' brains?
Get them on the damn code. If they don't get the code, then they're gonna get left behind. So
yeah, exactly. That's it.
Posed this question. And he said, Black Americans in this relationship with the country we built.
Now, who is this?
This is Uncle Phil. On the screen, though, that's Eric Mays. Power to Eric Mays.
Oh, okay. What's Uncle Phil talking about? And I think Uncle Phil, man, I want to be done for tonight.
You gonna let the white man running for mayor holler across and tell this black man to shut up?
I don't want to hear
so when he get loud, I'm gonna get louder. When they go low, I go lower.
All right, that was our brother Eric Mays. You know, shout out to our dearly departed brother Eric Mays. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So we're gonna go on and get to before I get to that. All right, so I actually just had someone sent us a message on the African Diaspora News channel. On the website, they went to the contact form and they asked me about the trip to Ethiopia. And just to give you an update to that, you know, we know it's going to go, as you heard, you know, Brother Jay Cameron say, March 31 to April 9. There's only 18 spots left. It started off with 25, so there's 18 spots left. You need to go it on if you want to go. Secure your spot is $199 down, and you can pay payments all the way up until. These spots are slowly going away, so don't think about it too long. The person that messaged me, you know, take advantage real quick on that, because hey, it goes. Like we went to South Africa, people was calling the day of. They wanted to pay right up front. They're like, you know, sorry about that. So don't procrastinate. Jump on it ASAP. Once you pay your down payment, you can secure your spot. All right, so. There was a picture, actually, I was kind of laughing about with my cousin, because this particular picture, somebody told me actually from my hometown in Port Arthur. This is as I was told. And I posted this picture on our X account, and I posted it for a reason, because I wanted to see what some people was going to say about that particular picture. So let me go on and let me get my screen up here on the X account. Give me a second. Boom. All right, we're right there. So as you can see, you know, look at them, y'all. Look at them, boy. They got on the American flag drip. There you go. So let's say Auntie got the Obama purse with her. So I typed with her American flag drip. See. You got Obama and Michelle. Now, we're not talking about their politics, you know.
commercial, fuck the 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 commercial.
Period, I mean, all Black America was proud of them. They were so proud. All Black America thought they'll never see that. I mean, we can't forget that. I mean, that was a historic thing. Unfortunately for us, it didn't work out the way we thought it would work out. I continue to say, before anyone criticizes this couple, remember their ancestors built this country, so they have every right to wear the American flag on their clothing. That's what I said there. So, you know, person says the outfit in mind, they say the socks, you know, he's laughing about it. One person, building the country doesn't mean we have to walk around draping the flag on our body. There should be a distinction between the people that sought freedom and dignity and the political apparatus that created, the impediments to that freedom symbolized in the flag. So I'm going to come back on the screen and just kind of discuss some of this stuff people are saying. This is my issue with some of that. When you travel places, no matter where you go in the world, you go to Latin America, you can go to Europe, Asian countries, Middle Eastern countries, even the African continent. And you start being there long enough, you start realizing they don't have what we have in America. I know America is not, America it got a long way to go. Oh, yes, it do. But you will not get the freedoms that you have in this country nowhere else on the planet. You think you're gonna go to China and even making that kind of comment sometime in certain places. Do you know, and I told Sister Emma make a video about it. Do you know right north, Canada, the liberal utopia, right? Like if you want to know what it would be like if Democrats ran the whole America, look at Canada. Canada has Chinese level censorship in Canada. And I'm told, I was asking Sister Emma, and I'm gonna remind her again, maybe she did, please make a video on that censorship. They can't see certain things are blocked just like China. That's why I'm like, I would never want America to be completely ran by liberal ideology and liberal policy. No. You can look at how California operates, prime example. You can look at how New York State operates.
You no argument
prime
from me on that one, Dr. Phil.
Look at the people in California. They're running out of that state because of their policy.
I ran out that motherfucker.
So, America does have its foreign policy issues, which that has nothing to do with Black America. The race soldiers, that's an issue. But let's think about that. With the race soldiers, we have made some headway even with that. We can say that even the way the race soldiers, the Klan, all that, from the 1960s, they say to now, we still made headway. You can't say we didn't make no headway. And no, we didn't go to the voter booth and says, let's vote for this particular freedom. Let's vote for this, vote for that. No, we got it out the mud. We put foot to pavement and put our foot square on their behinds. We economic boycotted. We did a whole lot of things on our own outside of going to that voter booth. The greatest trick they ever sold Black America is to make you think that our life is going to change by voting for a Democrat or a Republican. Right. When our history in America has shown that we got our own freedom out of our own hand, period. The Montgomery bus boycott, when they did that, they didn't go say, you know what, let's go vote for Democrat or Republican to do this. No, they say, you know what, you're not treating us right? Okay. And for 18 months, they did not ride the buses when Black Americans was using the buses heavily. Black Americans got on code. They said, we're not gonna let them treat us like that. We're gonna carpool, we're gonna walk, we'll ride a bike, but we're not getting on their buses. And
goddamn skateboard, 4 fucking wheels on your toes, man, but do not ride the fucking bus. Yeah, he's right about that.
Yes, the regular rank and file racist says that, but you know, the anti-Black racist that's in business, he got a problem, because what trumps anti-Black racism is money. And our Black American ancestors understood the power of keeping our money in our back pocket. And after 18 months, a year and a half, It went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and they say, yeah, black people got to get on, let them black people back on now. Why? Because it hurt the money. We didn't go vote for that. We did it on our own. In the 1960s, we didn't go vote Democrat, Republican. We did all that on our own. Hell, fast forward to even George Floyd. You can talk about Freddie Gray. You can talk about whoever you want to talk about.
To be clear, Fulfill is a protein bar, not a candy bar. Don't let its creamy, chocolatey goodness confuse you, or the fact that you hide them from anyone with a sweet tooth.
Fuck the commercial, fuck the commercial, fuck the commercial, fuck the commercial.
No Democrat or Republican did that. We did that. So we talking about the freedom of America. We fought for the freedom of America. People literally died. Mysterious deaths, like our brother Darren Seals.
Yep.
We know good and well them folks took him out. Come on now. Because listen, when Pookie and Ray do you something, it's a pattern. But when them folks get at you, it's also a pattern too.
Yep.
Many of our people fought, died, lost their lives for the freedom that we have in America. Why would we fight for freedom in America and not appreciate not only people that lost their lives, who their blood has been sacrificed in this country? They built this country. They've innovated this country. Why wouldn't we look back and be proud? Listen, other groups model their platform off of us. When you look at the LGBT, who they look at? They look at the way we do things. When you look at people talking about immigration, what they look at? How we did it. This current thing with the Palestine protests, they modeled everything off of our way of doing things. Protest, disruption, all of that. They modeled it completely off of Black Americans. The only secret sauce they don't have right now with that Palestine protesting is us. Because we are the secret sauce to anything. If we stay out of it, you can do it, but it's not going to hit the same.
Right.
It's not going to hit. And that's why they keep trying to draw us into it. Because secret sauce to anything for it to stick and for it to have global spread, global whatever, because we are the voice. And everyone knows that. That's why they try to shame us into getting involved with things that we may not need to get involved with or whatever, right? So why fight for freedom and not look back and say, you know what? I'm proud of what we did. I'm proud of what we built. I'm proud of this. I'm proud of that. Why not? We don't take credit enough of what we've done. We haven't popped our collars enough of what we have done. We use, we're this humble and this and that and the third and whatever. And because we haven't popped our collar enough, that's why people feel they can come in and take our culture. They can put us down. They can talk to us any kind of way because we haven't let them. Nah. It wouldn't been for us, you wouldn't be here. It wouldn't been for us, this won't happen. That won't happen. And everybody get mad when we say that because it's the truth. But Black Americans got to start popping their collar and let everybody. So how dare you come walk in this country and open your mouth to Black Americans? I don't care what Black Americans is doing is negative. You want Americans to keep fighting because if you notice with the delineation movement that's happening, everybody pulling back and just kind of focusing on self, and everybody losing their mind about that. Everybody, not just one group. Black Americans at what's going on? Well, y'all not right for that. You know, everybody got a problem with it. Everybody. So what American foreign policy is has nothing to do with us. But where could we also go on top of that? And y'all know, I love going to the African continent. Can't wait to get back. Can't wait. I enjoy going there. I enjoy the food. I enjoy visiting the brothers and sisters out there. But at the end of the day, realistic. I'm just being realistic. The majority of Black Americans aren't going to just go en masse to no country in the continent, and no country has just opened the door wide open in the continent to say, "Hey, all y'all, come on back. If you hit the shore, you got a citizenship." The only Black nation that did that in their first constitution.
Twisted tea is a refreshing hard iced tea made with real brewed tea. Keep it twisted.
So you think you know Wix? Do you really? First up, we've got
Haiti was like, "Hey, you Black, you come here, your foot hit the shore, you're the citizen of Haiti." And that's one of the first things that they changed, not the Haitians themselves, but when the folks took back over for a short time, that's one of the first things they changed was that Black people can just come and just, because they never want to lose us either. I always said that. They don't want to lose us because we make them a lot of money. But I talk about that even when I'm on the continent, right? I say, hey, look, well, they say people need to come back. Yeah, but you got to give them a way too. And if you don't give them a way, then come on. But a lot of these governments don't even want their own people around them either. So that's a conversation that's aside from that. But why shouldn't we be proud of our great ancestors? Why? Why shouldn't we be proud of our grandmothers, our grandfathers, our mothers, our fathers? Why shouldn't we be proud of what they fought for and what they built? But let's continue. Let's get back on the screen here. Okay, talking about anyone criticizing them, that's fine. They say, look, they joking, all right, fine. Grace Wisher, yes, Grace Wisher. We want to talk about that sister real quick. Let's bring her back up. Grace Wisher, 13-year-old Grace Wisher, was definitely now in the National Park Service. They try to say, well, Grace Wisher is one of the people that worked on the flag. Well, that's the thing. Really think about the time period. I think what they said was it 1809. Let me verify that. Was it 1809? The Grace Wisher, 1809, and she was. Hold on, let me put it on the screen. It's directly from the National Monument and Historical Shrine, Maryland, National Park Service, NPS.gov. I want y'all to see that. So they said that she was a free African American woman who was indentured as a child. No, she was a slave. She wasn't indentured. To the famous Star Spangled Banner seamstress Mary Pickersgill, as an African American living in the early 19th century, Grace's story remains mostly unknown, but her role in making the flag was just as critical as those who were better represented by the historical record. Let me say something. We got to think about this. 1809, the height of slavery. Why would a bunch of white women be doing anything when you had a bunch of Black slaves to do it? Think about it. They didn't cook their food. They didn't wash their clothing. They didn't even change their child's diaper. They didn't even breastfeed their own children back then. Black slave women were breastfeeding their children. They used to call them wet nurses, actually. And some of them would buy slaves, say, she could be a wet nurse? Oh, okay, I definitely want to buy that one because I got all these kids that need to be breastfed. So the Black woman's milk was going to the white children. That's how much they wasn't doing anything. So how is you mean to tell me this picture right here during the height of slavery that all these white women was working on that? Come on now. Come on. Now, what I would say is Grace Wisher and the sisters did that flag. You know what I'm saying? That's why, they got to put some revisionist history in all of this, because you just got questions, right? You just got a bunch of questions. You got a bunch. We even know, fast forward even up to the 60s, between then, they still had Black women working in their house. You remember we covered that Black women couldn't even sit at home with their families. They made laws that Black women had to work in their house. Whole laws. So you had whole laws where Black women had to work in their house or go to jail then why would I believe that picture I saw?
Right.
That they were just sewing this flag and the black women right there. Now, do I believe they maybe instructed something? I can believe that much, but actually doing the work now. Mm-mm. And then how many things that we have created and they took the credit for? How many things that we couldn't get patents for as Black Americans?
Right.
You got to be just a student of American history to even figure that part out. Yeah, you know, say Mama Dale said Black women were wet nursing up into the 1950s. There you go. Yeah, the movie, The Help. You understand what I'm saying? All right. So I just wanted to just chime in on that. Let me get back to what we were talking about here. Let's get back. One person says here, Zawadi Heber, as prisoners, it might as well be orange jumpsuits. Now, this person right here, he has the red, black, and green in his profile, as you can see here. Okay, fine. But now, let's talk about that. So you feel that being in America, they should have on orange jumpsuits. First of all, they wasn't prisoners. They were free. Auntie and uncle, first of all, in that picture. They have a right to wear the American flag because definitely in their time period, they dealt with, I mean, that in-your-face racism a lot more than me and you deal with today. Let's just call it what it is. What they went through in
when
their
I was
time,
coming up, we used that motherfucker as a throw rug.
we don't have to deal with today. We still got work to do. We still got fighting. But why living in America is an orange jumpsuit. But then he said red, black, you know, he said red, black, and green on his thing. Let me tell you something, because listen, I've had certain ideologies that has evolved as well. Now, let me go back. Let me go just trace it all the way back. So at one point in time, I felt the same way. Like, you know, oh, that American flag, and oh, we just need to have the red, black, and green. And as you start studying Marcus Garvey and all of that with the UNIA and all that, Marcus Garvey wanted that as well, right? Well, Marcus Garvey, in the end, ended up realizing that a lot of people wouldn't be no good anywhere else but here. For one, his own Jamaican country didn't even want him. He didn't become Marcus Garvey until he got here. Yep. That man couldn't even live in Jamaica. He ended up went going to England after that.
But Jamaica was a colony of England at that time.
Mail fraud, which his man didn't commit no mail fraud. We all know that. He was just trying to find a reason to get him deported at that time period, right? I used to think the exact same way. Oh, well, this unity, and we just need to be all Pan-Africanism. And it's in my travels to the African continent, several travels, that evolved my thinking in that original Pan-African mindset ideal. So my evolved thinking was flat blackness, we can't do that. First of all, we the only people that's called black. No other group calls themselves black but us. Outside of America, everybody calls themselves their nationality or their particular ethnic group. That's the way other people in the diaspora label themselves. We are when you say black, we are the only group that really say black is a race, black is our identity, black is our culture. We are the only one. And I remember the first time I heard that was interviewed a Dominican young lady on this channel. Her name was Christina. And she said to me, the first time I heard somebody say, when you hear the term black, you think Black American. You don't think Dominican. You don't think nobody else but Black American. And you know, when people, I interview with people, sometimes I am listening, but sometimes certain things people say, I chew on it. So when you're on the African continent, you can unify those brothers and sisters. Hell, I told y'all, I have unity with a lot of African brothers and sisters. I work with them every day, right here in this platform. To make this platform for what it is a lot of unity within a diaspora. But be no flat blackness. It's not gonna be no flat anything. It's gonna be, okay, that brother from Ghana, Nigeria, whatever, he's you know, this particular group, that's fine. I'm Black American, it's cool. We understand we all of African descent, we get that, but you just unify with your particular tribe. That's what I've learned. Not everybody gonna agree with you. They got people in America that don't agree with me on a whole lot of things. Okay, I just don't work with those Black people in America that don't agree or will be a part of my tribe, right?
Fuck the commercial. Fuck
You do
the
you.
commercial.
Hey, have fun at it. Just like on a continent. I'm only going to unify with people that's willing to unify with me. I'm going to work with people that's going to work with me. Flat Blackness, flat whatever, that's just not even sound actually, because just because somebody's so-called Black don't mean they're a good person. Okay, you Black, but you working for the folks. So you're gonna let her in, you're gonna let him in just because they Black, but they being sent by the folks. That's the error in just we're working with everybody Black regardless. No, you have to check who they are. You have to make sure, you know, they're a good person. Are they for the mission? Are they for whatever you got going on? So I believe in unification and finding your tribe globally in the diaspora. I believe in that, but flat Blackness, no. Because when you say flat Blackness, it's disrespectful to other people's culture that's in the diaspora. It disrespects their history. It disrespects our history. Now, you may say, because I've said this before, well, how come the folks, they're different. They delineate, right? They say, hey, I'm from Norway, I'm from Sweden, I'm from this, I'm from that. But yet they can put their stuff aside to go against us. That's the only time they can put their stuff aside. If you remove Black folks out of the equation and you leave them to their own, they are literally tearing each other up. They can't stand each other. Trust me, they can't stand each other. Study their history. They do not like each other like that. You understand? Who's messaging me? Why he wanna? Okay. They don't like each other. So one of their saving grace for them not to take out each other to the point they still around is because of them unifying to attack us. That's it. But also, at the same time, some of the people, the biggest mouths that's saying that, oh, forget the American flag, I'm swinging red, black, and green. And then you ask some of them, hey, how many times you been to the continent? And they never been. I said, wait a minute, brother, you never been to the continent? You never took a trip? You never went nowhere to the continent, but you talking about Africa all day? Like, can you go? Can you see it for yourself? Like, what's up? Like, why won't you go? And then you're so anti-America, but yet somebody say, okay, and let's say you're a single man or a single woman. Well, from my research, the easiest way to get your citizenship is just to go over there, meet a brother or sister, and get married. That's your easiest way of actually getting into the continent, is through marriage. Now, I will tell sisters, I caution you to do with that, because it's not the same like when the men go do it. Because women lean on men for resources. And unless you meet a guy that kind of got, you know, he doing very, very, very well for himself in that country. Basically, he lives like an American in that country. If you're not meeting a man that lives like an American and makes American type of money in that country, that's not going to work for you, because you're going to make more money just with your USD as a woman. And let's call it what it is. Women in general sometimes feel a certain kind of way getting with a man that she kind of do more. And then in their countries, you know, they could and get away with it. In America, you call the police. You know what I'm saying? That goes back to the America thing. In America, you can pick up the phone and say, he hit me, and he'll get arrested. In other countries, good luck. Good luck with that one. Good luck. So it's total differences. You sitting right here saying that those brothers and sisters, they should put on orange jumpsuits, but you're still here. You know, and in a way, I kind of agree at this stage of the game, like the white supremacists. Well, if you know, America's so bad, then, but you sitting right here in Baltimore talking about America. And if America's a problem, what are you going to do to change America? What are you going to do to make it better for your kids, your grandkids? What are you going to do? Or are you going to sit and just complain about it all day long? What are you doing? Like me, it may not seem like much, but I had a problem in the area of media. I had a problem that every time we turn on the news, it's always somebody not sharing anything that I can relate to. And when they do talk about it, it's on some, it's a slant to it. It's a propaganda to it, you know. And so I was like, you know what? Why don't I try? I said, I didn't go to school for any of this. I said, why don't I try to do what I, you know, maybe what I would like to see? And me making that decision and expanding on that decision is where we at today. And we're not even nowhere near where we're gonna go. Oh, we just still getting started. We're not.
All right, I'm gonna end it there. So what are your thoughts on what Uncle Phil just said, Shabaka?
Okay, I agree with what a lot he says. I also disagree with a lot of what he says. But I'm thinking is that when you make your travels over there, pretty much handle like on a case-by-case basis, okay? It's because in the Bay Area, you know, you got a lot of people there from the continent as well, too. You know, some seem to be receptive, you know, to us coming there. Then, of course, you got some of those that just flat out reject that, but still that's part of that neo-colonialism. It's because neo-colonialism plays a great deal over there. I mean, look at the history of Thomas Sankara. Why do you think they killed Thomas Sankara? You see what I'm saying? Look what they did to Patrice Lumumba. You see what I'm saying? Them weren't Africans that killed them. It was the goddamn Belgians and the fucking French. You see? Then, of course, you did have Jerry Rawlings, and refresh my memory on this here, Brother Che. I think Clinton was the president at the time, and it was offering dual citizenship. And but from what I understand, man, I was talking to another brother who had knowledge on it, that there's a whole lot of hurdles that you got to go through. You say there's a whole lot of hurdles that you got to go through. Okay, and then not to mention that what we used to get on the internet from these scam ass motherfuckers from Nigeria talking about who's got $25 million he needs you to hold for him. But yet though he wants all your personal information goes empty out your goddamn bank account. You see what I mean? That's why I don't do Cash App. Okay, so we've come a long way, you know, on it in regard to Pan-Africanism, but we still got a long way to go, just like you pointed out. Is that we got to get these motherfuckers on the continent, man, to get on the same goddamn square. See? You know? Because in my conversations with people over the course of my lifetime that came off the continent from the 70s, the 80s and shit like that, you had some of them brothers believe that everybody got over here got buckets full of money. Then I took this motherfucker through South Central LA and I says, man, look at that. These people look like they got buckets of money out here, man. And he says, man, I didn't know that. And I said, yeah, this is the shit they don't show you. And then over the years of which you and I have been working together, okay, is that came across the material where they tell those on the continent who are coming into the United States, no, don't associate with them niggas. You see what I'm saying? And just like the YouTube video, Brother Paris, and if I come across it, man, I want to send it to you, where this sister was telling this dude from Nigeria, well, she told his ass off, you know, and was telling this brain dead motherfucker, well, man, you need to bring your ass over here to the USA to see how they treat black folks over here. And then she had said, well, we went through the civil rights movement, the black empowerment era, so your ass could go sit down there at F.W. Woolworths, because if you would have brought your ass over here in 1956, the police would have been bashing your black ass to a pulp as well, too, like they did old John Lewis down there with his Good Trouble.
Yep.
See, so therefore,
we made progress right here, as Uncle Phil had said right there. We came a long way, but we still got a long way to go, and that there will probably will be at the time, you know, when you get off into my age group after my transition. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
See, you know, and then on top of it as well too, it's good that we're keeping these pro-Black platforms up. But as our sister in Detroit has stated, I had a lengthy conversation with her yesterday. You know what I'm talking about.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, so we got to build up our own shit. You see what I'm saying? Oh yeah, she's heavy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, she's very heavy. Then of course our sister Akshita that drops a lot of knowledge. You know what I mean? What have you? You see? So like I said, Brother Parents, we've come a long way. A whole lot of ignorance has been erased. You know, more knowledge is dropping. You see what I'm saying? So I guess, you know, it's a good thing. And to quote the words of the one and only Mr. Curtis Mayfield, during the 1960s, which was I'm not going to use the anthem, but it was motivation. Is when he said "keep on pushing." That's what he meant.
Yeah.
You see? Yep. Because Curtis Mayfield, because you got to understand that during the R&B era of the 1960s, a lot of those songs were codes. You see what I'm saying? Another song to check out that was cold and was damn near accurate prediction was one by Martha Reeves called "Dancing in the Street." Understand, this is an invitation across the nation for a brand new beat. Say, and the cities that she named, Baltimore and DC now, okay. They doing it in LA. All we need is music, sweet music, and there'll be laughter everywhere. You know, get with Chairman Sekou on that song.
Okay.
And get back with me of what his feedback was on it. Because like I said, you know, he's my elder, you know what I mean? And what have you. And then of course, the main one is where old JB was singing, "Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud." And then not to mention, in that same year when that record was out, that John Carlos and Tommy Smith, you know, had sacrificed their Olympic gold medals. And with both of those men being elders now, they both said that if they had to do it all over again, that they would do the same goddamn thing that they did in 1968. See?
Yep.
But this is the part, but this is the part they don't want us to know. Appreciate Dr., you know, Uncle Phil, what he's saying. But, you know, as long as black men is going up there shoving ketchup up their asses, talking about they having a menstrual cycle, which is a supreme insult to the sanctity of womanhood, is because we've been getting a lot of feedback over that in the last few days. And every woman that I mentioned that scenario to have concurred with the viewpoint on that is an insult to womanhood.
Yep, I concur. So, is that your final thoughts on that, on this topic of Black Americans, proud America?
Yes, so yeah, that is my final thoughts on that right there. And then I'm gonna bid you a good night, man, so I can get up tomorrow and get the advertisement out, man, you know, and definitely everybody check out Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced Tuesday night, June the 11th. And the number to call in is 516-418-5996. And we'll be having a young lady, you know, who will be our guest host. And what we'll be discussing is Black love, white hate.
Yep.
So please get with us. So therefore, Brother Paris, when I rise, man, I'm gonna get the advertisement out on it. And then I'm gonna hit your wall with it, man. Then I'm gonna ask you to do the same thing, and then ask everybody else to spread the word. This series, because I want to see if we could push it, man, where we can get up to 50 callers, because I think that's our limit, you know, on a particular plane that we on. You know what I mean? All right, brother. So
get some rest.
Oh yeah, and so I wish everybody a great night from Sin City, and then you know it's a pleasant 89 degrees out here right now. You know what I mean? And so Joe Gibson and what have you, or you know, all our haters. Why don't y'all come out here tomorrow at high noon and let's sit out there in the open sunlight and let's have a drink of water. But you got to leave your sunscreen at home. And tell you what, and we'll even videotape it, you know, so we could have more resurrection of the mental dead. Because, you know, there's a whole lot of brain dead motherfuckers out here. But, however, I'm not putting anybody down. Hell, I'm brain dead on a lot of shit. You know what I mean? And this is when you find out, when you get old, man, you'll find out all that I know then. Then when you get old, man, you find out all that you don't know. But it's all good. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's called the evolution and the dynamics of thought. Okay, folks. So night from Sin City. And also, too, definitely check out the repeat of this episode on Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, you know, on the live stream that we're doing. And then, Brother Paris, as you continue, please check that like page, man, to see if you're still live up there. You should be.
Yeah, it's still up there.
Okay. All right. And let me know, man, you know, if it completed it up there, because that page has got like 1,800 followers now, and I'm going through it there, throwing out a whole bunch of riffraff and shit like that. And then for those of you looking at us on the Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced like page, we don't mind you putting your stuff up there, but just please reciprocate with us. You see what I'm saying? Just please reciprocate of what we're doing. Okay, we don't allow ass scratching and yassa bossing bullshit up there on that page. So if you got some skinning and grinning Uncle Tim Scott shit like that, we're gonna shit can it, and we're gonna block you from the page. You know, that's what the hell we've been doing for the last 2 months right now. So, you know, if you're sharing your stuff up on our platform, please share our stuff up on yours. We don't have no problem with reciprocity. Okay, on that there, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bid you a good night from Sin City. I'm out. Yes, sir. Okay.
Thank you for staying up late. All right, y'all. So I'm going to move to the next topic, and that is Bill Maher said a race war with Buck is dumb. That's a human shit. We'll make that perfectly clear. It's chill.
Dorsberg here, and let me give you a pro tip on how to watch the playoffs. Missing games, that's not an option.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, because that's the most important thing you can do for me on this channel. What it does, that helps to make sure that those who are subscribed to the channel will indeed get the notifications, and it also helps to push this video through the YouTube algorithm as well. Secondly, if you're new to the channel, or maybe you've been ghost watching this channel for quite some time now, please do me a favor and yourself a favor by hitting the subscribe button, as well as the bell notification next to the subscribe button, so you can be notified whenever I release a new video. And lastly, please make sure you share this video out on your social media platforms to your family and friends to inform them on this news and information. And yes, that does also help to give me a slight boost in the YouTube algorithm as well. And with the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today, I want to speak on someone that I haven't spoke on this channel before. I want to take a moment to address a comment and or statement, you can say, made by Bill Maher recently on his show, Real Time with Bill Maher. So I'm not going to spend too much time introducing it. I'm just going to play this absurd take that he made, and then we'll take a moment to unpack it. So let's get into this take regarding Donald Trump and what will happen in America if he's sentenced to jail. Let's get into this.
I would really be shocked if this judge gave him a prison sentence for this.
I mean, MAGA Nation will go nuts. I don't know if that's a reason to or not to do something, but they will. But if they put him in jail, I know it'll happen, because the judge's name was Juan.
Yes.
Everything becomes racial in this country. That's partly because of our horrible, despicable racial past, partly because some of that racism lives on in the present, and some of it because the far left makes everything racial. But that's what it's going to be. A civil war in this country, I'm sorry to say, becomes a race war. That's the sad truth about this country. And if they put him in jail, I mean, that's the first thing his supporters are going to say is, oh, that's what it is.
Well, that's the first thing
a black district attorney, all these people who are the district attorneys, they're black. The judge was not white. This is what it is.
All right. So this is probably one of the most idiotic takes that I've ever heard, right? I want to start off with this. I don't think that I've ever seen fear-mongering on this level in my life. And what this extreme fear-mongering is showing is that they literally have no answer on how to retain the black vote to the degree that they need to retain it to win the election, as well as having no answer for the Hispanic vote as well. The young vote is all but gone. That's just non-existent for Biden. But the fear-mongering that we've been witnessing over the past couple months, and that is continuing, is beyond out of this world. They're literally consistently pushing the idea to black people that if Trump wins the election, if he goes to jail, or even if he loses the election, it literally doesn't matter how you cut it. Some way, somehow, you are going to find yourself unalived. We've heard now Bill Maher say that there's going to be a civil war that will be a race war. We've heard Stephen A. Smith and Charlamagne Tha God say that there's going to be some sort of civil war. We've seen Maxine Waters on MSNBC in the past and recently, as recent as I believe 3 days ago, continuing to parrot the idea that there are white supremacists training in the hills right now. White supremacist terrorists, they're training in the hills as we speak. And if Biden wins and Trump loses, they're going to descend down the hills and specifically attack communities of color. This is what she stated. I talked about this on a live stream, I believe it was a week or two ago. She literally said the white supremacists in the hills that are training right now in the event that Trump doesn't win, the white supremacist terrorists are going to descend down the hills, and they're specifically coming to communities of color to unalive you. That's what she stated. I've never witnessed or experienced fear-mongering on this level before, where you keep trying to get the point across to me that if one candidate wins and the other one loses, I will lose my life. That is insane. That's fear-mongering on another level when you're trying to convince me that somehow I'm going to lose my life if Trump wins, but not if Biden wins. And the other thing too, which is so funny, and it proves that they just have zero answer for the black vote, as well as for the Hispanic vote, clearly as well, because the fear-mongering of racism, white supremacy doesn't seem to be sticking the way that it used to for Black America, and the fear-mongering of your uncle's going to get deported if you don't vote for us doesn't seem to be sticking for Hispanics as well. One of the other things that highlights how fake all this commentary is coming from that side is that anyone who has paid any attention at all, right, to what is considered right-wing media, right-leaning media, those who cater to the Republican Party as it pertains to media, if you follow this trial, the hush money trial, through Fox News, if you followed it through Newsmax, as far as website publications are concerned or whatnot, if you followed it through Breitbart, if you followed it through the Epoch Times, I don't care what right-wing or right-leaning site or even YouTubers for that matter that you might have watched a trial through, anytime they spoke about Trump's hush money trial, it is almost exclusively blamed on Joe Biden and the DNC, and then breaking down and explaining how Joe Biden and the DNC is behind this.
As I record this message to you today, Israel is still at war, and over 100.
The degree that Alvin Bragg and the judge, the degree to which Alvin Bragg and the judge, I believe his name was Juan Merchant, are brought up, are only brought up to the degree that they are connected either to the DNC as it pertains to the judge, or you are a Democrat as it pertains to Alvin Bragg. And even what's her name, Letitia James at this point, right? That's the degree to which their names are brought up, is because they are on the side of the Democrats. I don't think I've ever heard anyone bring up the fact that they're Black or Hispanic if we're talking about the judge. But as it pertains to dog whistling the idea to their listeners that if Trump doesn't win, it's civil war time, and what you're going to do is specifically attack so-called communities of color, that simply isn't true. That's literally a lie. That's literally a lie, because anyone who has paid any remote attention to, like I said, that trial and how the trial has been broken down, and they explain that it's a sham, it's a farce trial, it's a kangaroo court. It's always literally from the perspective of Joe Biden and the DNC. The degree to which Alvin Bragg is brought up, the degree to which the judge is brought up, I never hear anything that has to do with race. It's literally, virtually, I will say, just for the sake of argument, almost always about Biden and the DNC. Never about race. But you all let me know what you think. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me know in the comment section. If Trump wins, will a race war break out? Will a civil war break out that essentially becomes a race war, where white supremacists who are training in the hills of Chicago and New York right now are going to descend down upon the Black community in said cities if Donald Trump wins? Do you believe that to be true? Let me know in the comment section below. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So please, on your way out, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, share this video out on your social media platforms, and also don't forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. The link to my Telegram is in the description box below, and it will be pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time, and until the next video, peace, and have a great afternoon.
So yeah, this is more fair Margaret as usual. From Bill Maher. Let's see. We're already in a race war, first of all. In a race war for 500 years. So that's just not gonna work. Up to this TV saying they dog was to their base. That's not said on this platform or something, and then they can do what's they can argue. So this is fear mongering as you. That's desperate. That's what times call for desperate measures. So moving along, we got Atlanta, Midtown Atlanta, water break, second major one in 2 days. Major incident in 1 day. Just from like a week ago, so we shouldn't do stuff there on the shop.
When springtime comes, it is not unusual to have water main breaks that occur. You know, we see it virtually every year. You know, when the winter is over and the weather changes and get warm, then you have these water main breaks occur. So Atlanta, unfortunately, had 2 around the same area. These were only just a few miles apart from each other. And, you know, when the water got to be shut off, man, that has a major impact on so many people. It really, truly does. So I can understand if it's inconvenience, but those of my subscribers that live down in Atlanta, let me know if you heard about this, and let me know if you're impacted by these 2 water main breaks. I'm going to go ahead and play this video, and I'll be back with the rest of my commentary.
In northwest Atlanta, well, there is another water main that broke just a few miles away at the corner of 11th and Peachtree Road in Midtown. Let's go to Fox 5's Eric Maher, who's out at that scene right now. There, Eric, just as dramatic. Look at that.
Oh, this is crazy. Yeah, check this out, Christine. Pretty striking visual here as the water just spewing out of 11th Street, just dousing. You can see that speed limit sign there, just dousing the water. Let's go back to the geyser really quick. I mean, it is a crazy, just spraying up out here, dousing everything in sight. You've got a small crowd here gathering of people wondering what's going on. Department of Watershed Management, we were just with them over at the larger water main break on Boone and Brawley, but now here at Peachtree and 11th, we've got this one that's just happened within the last couple of hours. And right now, as we're talking, water crews are coming on right now with some tools that looks like to maybe shut off the water nearby to try to control the area here and control this water flow. But again, you can just see how strong the water is. I mean, just look at the power of that coming out of this water, just dousing that speed limit sign. Look at it, just making it almost looking like it's going to knock it off the post here. But so this is another very strong water main break. Now, we don't know yet how big the water main line is. The one where we were earlier this evening was very large. In fact, it was the largest that Atlanta has. It's a 48-inch. We don't know how big this one is, but it's obviously very powerful and a lot of pressure. And they said there could be a lot of disruptions to water service in this area. Now, again, it's a very preliminary situation here. We don't know how big the line is yet. Crews are still working to figure out the details here. But you can just see the river of water that's flowing down Peachtree now. And again, a very, very powerful force that's coming out right now. We're still trying to kind of figure out what caused this, why it's gotten to be this large of a break here. But again, you can just see the power of it just spewing out of the street. It's pretty incredible to see out here. And I can feel the rush of the cool air coming from it. But again, we're still trying to figure out a lot of details. It's a very developing situation, but as soon as we have those details, we'll bring them to you live here. For now, reporting live in Midtown Atlanta, Eric Maher, Fox 5 News.
Eric, I know it's loud there. Hopefully you can hear me and answer this question. How is it affecting the businesses around the area? Because the 11th Street pub, for example, is there. There are businesses that seem to be open there right now. So how is it affecting that visually?
Yeah, so what we've heard from Department of Watershed is that this is impacting the water pressure in the nearby businesses here. They don't know how long it's going to be going on, or there hasn't been any boil water as of yet for this area, but they have said it is going to be impacting the water pressure. And like you said, there are some businesses open here, but right now we're not sure exactly whether they're going to stay open, whether they're going to shut down for the night. But most places around here are closed except for a few nightlife places.
Incredible. It's going to be a busy night for officials trying to get these water main breaks repaired in a timely manner. Eric, thanks so much.
You know, when I was growing up in the city of Philadelphia, it wasn't our street, but it was the street behind us. They had a water main break, and it impacts quite a few streets around. And I can remember, this was before people were using a bunch of bottled water, and you literally had to wait until they got everything fixed. And I remember us waiting and waiting, and it was, I think we waited more than a day, back then. And, it's okay, but this is why it's really important to keep extra water at hand, especially if you have small children that you need to feed. And it's always good to have that. Or you have a baby, and your baby, especially if you don't have a relative close by, you can still, make sure you feed your baby and give them, the correct nourishment during times like this. But I hope my Atlanta crowd, family too, are okay, and you are able to have water. But let me know if you know where these locations are, and let me know if other people in your family are impacted by this. So y'all, please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit on the notification bell, and I'll see you on the next video. Peace, family.
So this is still an ongoing problem. Stupid little shit. As well as tuning in, make sure y'all subscribe to Frontline Black News. It's going on this water break.
And a fire rescue department as well. Together, they donated 95 pallets or over 11,400 cases of water. Many of it was donated by our corporate partners, so we thank them. 311 operators continue to work around the clock. 311 is a 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. service, but they continue to work around the clock, and so did our E911 operators. City Hall was open for business. Department of Parks and Recreation opened its swimming pools and its splash pads, as well as was able to kick off Camp Best Friends on Monday and still is in effect today. I want to express my appreciation for the Atlanta City Council, and two of the council members are here, Councilmember Westmoreland and Councilmember Amos. And Councilmember Westmoreland helped partner with me and my administration to create a recovery fund through Invest Atlanta with up to $5 million to assist businesses impacted by the water main breaks. Eloisa Clementich, who is the CEO of Invest Atlanta, and my Chief Policy Officer and Senior Advisor, Courtney English, will be building out that program, and more information about that will come out soon. I also want to acknowledge the gratitude and for the support that the Biden-Harris administration and our Georgia U.S. senators, Senator Ossoff and Warnock, who worked with our team to get the Army Corps of Engineers here. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers are here, and they are on the ground and just getting started. And then tomorrow, FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, will be here to help us with our resiliency planning. That brings me to the future. And as I've mentioned, the past few days were a call to action for all of us. Every city in America has aging infrastructure, and we will rise to meet this moment to ensure that residents and businesses alike have reliable access to water. We've already been working on upgrading our system. Just a few weeks ago, on May 21st, the City of Atlanta residents voted to continue the MOST, which is the Municipal Option Sales Tax, to pay for water and sewer improvements. That is good, and we're glad that it was supported again. But we must do more. We have to go beyond that to ensure the viability and sustainability of our water systems and make sure that it's sustainable and resilient for decades to come. And so we're getting started on that, and we've already started with those that I've mentioned before. My administration is standing up a blue ribbon plan to help enact the recommendations we hear from the Army Corps of Engineers and from FEMA. Mayor Shirley Franklin and Metro Atlanta Chamber of Commerce CEO, Katie Kilpatrick, who on top of her business acumen is actually an engineer by training and deeply experienced on water issues. They have already agreed to join this blue ribbon panel. Retired Major General Ron Johnson, who is a professor and the incoming Chief of Staff to the President at Georgia Tech, also has agreed to serve. He was the Deputy Commanding General and Deputy Chief of Engineers, which is the second highest ranking senior engineer for the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Ron Johnson and the Dean of the College of Engineering, Rahim Bayah, have identified 3 Georgia Tech professors to assist us as well. So Atlanta, while this is indeed a big challenge, we have an unmatched big brain trust right here in this city. And we have the will. Most of all, we have each other. The people of this great city, all of you who make up our communities and neighborhoods, will get through this together. The city of Atlanta, each and every last one of us, will continue to move forward together. So thank you. And now we'll hear from Mr. Commissioner Al Wiggins.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. I am very proud to say that this morning that the rupture line has been repaired. All of our customers impacted by the main break now have water service. I would like to take a step back to really explain what occurred, more importantly, the complications that were involved with repairing the water main break. So we discovered later on, after a very difficult time with shutting water off at the point of the main break, is that the valve was located directly under the point of the break, which prevented us from seeing the valve. We knew that there was a valve in the vicinity based on the placards that we had. So we had to come up with a plan very quickly. Not only did we need to come up with a plan very quickly, we needed to develop a plan that really minimized the impact throughout the city. So this is when we decided to install a device called a line stop in 3 different locations to localize the repairs. I'd like to say hyper-localize the repairs. Actually, this device allowed us to localize the repairs even better than we would have been able to if we had a valve in place. So those repairs took place. Again, we're working in a very confined area. I'd like to send a huge thanks to the men and women of the Department of Watershed Management and all of our partners within the city of Atlanta. As the mayor says, this is truly a group effort. All the while making these repairs, all of our movements or any movements of valves that disconnected anyone from service, we wanted to really make sure that we minimize the impact. So therefore, some of the work was done during night, during off-peak hours, just to make sure that we were mindful of the customer. So today the line has been repaired. I will tell you that we have not stopped there. There's more work to be done. The site, a recovery team will go to the site to make sure that the site is restored to its original condition. That will take a few days. This is a very intrusive procedure, required removal of significant amount of the road, excuse me. So now we're working on identifying ways that we can prevent this from happening again. This device that I have in my hand is a device that helps us to detect leaks earlier on. Not only does it detect the leak, it will detect the size of the leak. This device will be installed throughout the Midtown area. This is a study area that we'll use this device for. It's powered by AI technology. It will send us a message via a secured software program. So this is not just one step. This is one step of many that we're taking to prevent any future occurrences. We're also looking at valves that are in the area that did not properly seat when we were attempting to close those valves to conduct the repairs. We're also looking, as the mayor mentioned, to work with the Army Corps of Engineers to come up with a comprehensive strategy to look at our entire infrastructure. As it relates to the boil advisory, we have began taking samples earlier this morning. Hopefully within the next 18 hours, we'll receive word from the EPD if we'll be able to lift the ban advisory. The 18-hour time period is an incubation time period. We cannot rush that time frame, nor do we want to. We want to ensure that we can provide safe drinking water to our residents. This is not just for a compliance issue. We want to make sure that we're good stewards and we're providing the best quality of water to our residents. And that's pretty much it for the repairs. Happy to address any questions, should you have any, about the repair process.
Commissioner, is there any reason to believe that these breaks will continue? I know you said you don't think they're related earlier, but should residents be on watch or be concerned at all?
I don't believe the residents should be concerned. I mentioned earlier, we have over 3,000 miles of water sewer infrastructure. Water main breaks aren't uncommon. The scale of water main breaks that we experienced recently is not a routine experience, but we will have more water main breaks. I believe that we are much more prepared than we were in the past because of the devices that we're installing, some of the inspections that will take place. We're looking at infrastructure that is similarly structured as the water mains that we dealt with over the weekend. So no, our residents should not be worried at all. This is a unique set of circumstances. I want everyone to feel comfortable that we do have the situation under control.
Commissioner, do you have a map of where the oldest pipes are? And is there a plan to go proactively? Let's get these 80, 90-year-old pipes out of the ground.
So we have a map of the entire water utility network. It's not categorized by the age. The age is noted on that map, but we do have a way of identifying parts of our utility infrastructure that is older than others.
And Commissioner, can you show us the device again and explain how it works, where you install it underground? Explain how that works.
It's a great question.
And have we used it before, or is this the very first time?
This is the very first time. However, we have been actively working on this project. This project will launch next week. So this is not anything new. It just so happened to, the breaks happened to take place in the midst of us trying to launch this initiative. But as it relates to your question, where does the device go? It's installed on top of all of our valves. So it attaches to a valve handle or a valve stem, and it really communicates with other devices and detects any type of leak and the size of the leak.
So how many would you guess will be installed throughout town?
A little bit over 20. And so
in the Midtown, just to start, right?
Yes. So a little bit over 20 in the Midtown area, if I remember correctly. But the Midtown area will not be the only study area. This is a pilot program. This is one of many initiatives that we're looking at to detect leaks earlier on.
So that's the next question, Southwest Atlanta, Buckhead, I mean, won't you need to?
Yeah, but I want to stress that this is a pilot program. So if this program is successful, we will branch off the other parts of the city. But the Midtown area and the Southwest area of Atlanta, where we had the break at Joseph E. Boone and Brawley, there will be a few units installed in that area as well.
And Mayor, if I could ask you, I know you've heard the complaints, a lot of people are worried and they wonder if they should question the integrity of our infrastructure. What do you say to the people who are most frustrated?
Yeah, to the people that are most frustrated, it is frustrating to have a weekend lead all the way until last night of having a boil water advisory and some communities having no water at all. Water is such a vital resource, and we're seeing it right now firsthand here in Atlanta. Other communities have experienced it nationwide. And all the calls I've received from mayors across the country, some are saying it was me a month ago, it was me last year, et cetera, because the infrastructure across America has a C rating, our water infrastructure. And so, which is why it's helpful for us to have partners at the White House that we called and with our senators to be able to get the Army Corps of Engineers and others here to be able to say, let's get ahead of this for the future. So while I say that we are frustrated and that's understanding, I also know that we're going to go at this proactively to start moving in the right direction to replace as much of the broken or older infrastructure that we have, and also to use technology to our advantage, as you saw with that device. And that won't be the only piece of technology that we will implement. My goal would be to move us up to best in class, to look at the standards that we can exceed. And we want to make sure that that this doesn't happen again at this scale. But we also, know that there's a pathway to do so. Solving water infrastructure problem you don't just, with the magic wand replace it. So we're gonna have a prioritization list. We have a capital improvement plan that City Council and the administration have approved. I think it's time for us to relook at that and to see, the order of how to go about doing that. I will be asking the feds for more money, lots more money. I want us to be the example of solving it, all of it, and that's going to be a number that's in the billions. It's not going to be a small number, but I think that will give our residents more confidence, but also know that today showing that there's water running and that we're all together working on this should give some confidence that this solution is that we're meeting it head on, and we're going to meet the challenge of this has been decades in the making, and we just happen to be at this time where this incident occurred. Again, we have water main breaks and water leaks often in the city. Some done by man-made incidents, such as construction crews. Yesterday, there was a crew that from a whole nother agency, somebody else doing telecommunications work, dug into our pipe. And so that's a leak. And that is, we've had almost 500 leaks over the last 12 months. So 500 leaks or breaks. And so this one is just, this weekend had a culmination of a few that led to this result. So we'll be back on track.
Mayor, a lot of people are thinking about the world coming here with the FIFA World Cup. How do we prevent this from happening then?
Yes, we are excited that we're still going to be hosting the World Cup. We're excited that we're going to be hosting people every week here in the city of Atlanta. Just as this weekend, on Sunday, we still had Mercedes-Benz Stadium has 61,000 people in it watching Atlanta United play soccer. And then right next door was a Megan Thee Stallion concert with 20,000 individuals later that evening. And so when the World Cup comes here, we'll be prepared, but we're going to make sure that we try to find some ways to have some redundancies in the system to try to make sure we get ahead of this stuff, to make sure we know more while we do have the placards that tells us about our system, where the pipes are, it's also important to know where the valves are. It's also important to know how to make these situations, if there are old pipes, get them replaced in the right amount of time. So after we step away from these cameras, we got a whole bunch of offices to walk into to start working on things with the Army Corps engineers and others to be able to say, hey, what is our preparedness for the World Cup, but also for our everyday citizens, our residents? All of us deserve to have clean drinking water. And so, yeah, we feel confident that we'll be ready for the World Cup. We don't want anybody to be concerned about that. But this was a good wake-up call to say, hey, make sure you have checks on your system, redundancies. You think about all the time we spent making sure we checked in with our hospitals, making sure they always had water, making sure they had enough flow to do what they needed to do. As well as the world's busiest airport. So we continue to make sure that our systems are working, and this was a wake-up call to see what else we need to fix.
Mr. Mayor, you heard the criticism about communication. A lot of people felt they weren't getting real-time updates on oil water, or when water would be restored. Looking back now, 5 days out, is there anything that you feel your administration could have done better over the past 5 days?
Yeah, that is an important conversation to have because, as I said on Saturday at our 2:00 presser, I wish we had done a better job of communicating from Friday night on into Saturday morning. We were trying to solve a routine problem on Friday. It was a water main break. As I just mentioned, it was about 500 breaks or leaks over the past 12 months. When Councilmember Amos was out there, when our team was out there, we're looking at it as a break. You're going to solve it. But once the problem, you solved it, and then another leak formed, it took another 2 or 3 hours to get back in there, fix it, and then you solve that, and then another leak pops up, and it takes another 3 hours. I think we did not communicate those false starts, those setbacks. We were looking for the moment to say, it's all done. It's going to be okay. And that's, we learned that, and that we won't learn it again. We got it now. And that's why we committed to every 2 hours. We were giving communications, whether that was by email, whether that was by notify ATL, whether that was by text message or press conferences each day, multiple times a day, press releases, boil water advisories, to the tune that some people say, we get it. Okay, now you're communicating. Thank you. And we want that. We learned, and I apologize to the public for those that going into Friday night and Saturday morning were met with, where do we stand? Has the Brawley pipe been fixed? And then I still see gushing water at 11th and West P Street. What's happening there? We needed to do a better job of communicating that, and we promised that in the future we will. And that's why we have over the last few days. That's why you're standing here today. And that's why we'll continue this communication.
Mayor, hindsight is 2020. There was a lot of talk about your trip to Memphis.
Yeah.
Do you have any regrets of not coming back fast enough or handling that differently at all?
Well, I was in Memphis for less than 24 hours, and I came back, the next morning. But when you go away from town, you still have COO, deputy COO. You still have a commissioner. You also have almost 1,000 workers in the watershed management department. You have teams of people. So if the mayor of Atlanta can't leave for 24 hours at any time, that's a concern. But I think that we will continue to look at that and put mechanisms in place. This was a planned trip. I met with, at the invitation of a new mayor, the mayor of Memphis, met with their city council members and county commissioners and school superintendent. We talked about the year of the youth, talked about how we brought down violent crime, and they're facing some challenges with that. So we had some good dialogue about that. And, I came back the next morning. Throughout that time, we use cell phones and we use Teams meetings to communicate with most of these folks here. Asher, who's the deputy over the mayor's office of emergency management, was hosting meetings with 16 departments, and okay, how do we get water here? How do we make sure we look into that? The The COO was running that as well. So, and I was on those calls. So just as the world worked virtually for 2 years, I was able to stay in touch with all of our personnel to be able to say, hey, fire rescue, this is what we're doing. Police department, this is what you're doing. 311, can you stay later, et cetera, et cetera. So, we all can Monday morning quarterback. Today, we're here about the good news that water is running, and the future news that we're going to use technology. We're going to ask for a blue ribbon panel to be established with experts and people that are committed to making sure that the future is brighter. And that's the direction we're heading. And we thank you all for being here today.
Good. Last question. So you talked about your collaboration with the White House. We know Congress passed that infrastructure bill, and a lot of the money went to the airport. Was any allotted to fix the infrastructure, the water infrastructure throughout the city?
Yeah, so whenever we ask for money from the federal government, we ask for it in a number of places, and it's a competitive process. And so the airport received some for the expansion of Concourse D. We received some for some of our roads and infrastructure related to our complete streets and bike lanes. And we also received some for the Beltline. And we did not directly receive some for our water infrastructure. So we now have a good case to go to them and say, that's what's going to happen with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and this team. We're going to get together, assess the situation, come up with the biggest number possible. This is all the things, I don't want to say it that way, we're not trying to inflate the number, but we're going to show what the magnitude is to get to, best in class, the best shape possible, and a prioritization of that list. And we're going to go to our friends at the White House, go to the senators and Congress people and say, hey, let's make Atlanta this shining example of how a 1910, a 1920, 1930 pipe infrastructure can be a 2024 install, or whenever the quickest we can get it in. So that's our hope. Thank you.
For one more.
Can you estimate the financial losses from the series of water main breaks over the weekend?
Ooh, do you have?
I mean, will that $5 million kind of cover all these businesses that have suffered losses, damage, et cetera?
Okay, good question. Going back to the businesses that may have suffered losses. We know that some businesses were directly near a break where water might have come into their business, or it might have impacted some operations directly. Those businesses are being visited right now. We know that clearly right there at 11th and West Peachtree with 11th Street Pub, also Steam House maybe being right next to it. We want to hear from those businesses, and that's why I'll be out and about over the next couple of days, talking with them. They do have insurance for some of that. That is part of running a business. I was a business operator for 9 years of a retail location, so things happen. You do have insurance for that. But we also wanted to, Councilmember Westmoreland and Invest Atlanta and us, we all came together thinking about how can we support them if they were right there directly impacted, or and so we $5 million isn't going to go the whole city. But there are some businesses that were uniquely located near some challenges. And so hopefully they can make some calls into us and we can get, some help. I don't know if it'll solve all of their problems, but this is our attempt.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Road closures, how long will the 11th?
About the West Peachtree road closure.
Do you know about how much longer West Peachtree will be closed?
So the intersection of West Peachtree from approximately 11th Street to 12th Street will be closed temporarily for the recovery of that site. As I mentioned, much of the work has been intrusive. We don't have a specific time frame at this moment, but we will provide updates on how long that will take place. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Since I've been down in Atlanta, so definitely got some prayers for our people out there that are being affected with water main breaks. It's moving along since Jim Crow Biden. It's a legal immigrant situation. He is granted an asylum to 250,000 immigrants illegally across the border within the last 3 years. So that's all it is.
My eyes. Thank you. Did you know that?
All Americans, not only in the states most heavily affected, but in every place in this country, are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. The jobs they hold might otherwise be held by citizens or legal immigrants. The public service they use impose burdens on our taxpayers. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more by hiring a record number of new border guards, by deporting twice as many criminal aliens as ever before, by cracking down on illegal hiring, by barring welfare benefits to illegal aliens. In the budget I will present to you, we will try to do more to speed the deportation of illegal aliens who are arrested for crimes, to better identify illegal aliens in the workplace as recommended by the commission headed by former Congresswoman Barbara Jordan. We are a nation of immigrants, but we are also a nation of laws. It is wrong and ultimately self-defeating for a nation of immigrants to permit the kind of abuse of our immigration laws we have seen in recent years, and we must do more to stop it.
We are a generous and welcoming people here in the United States, but those who enter the country illegally and those who employ them disrespect the rule of law, and they are showing disregard for those who are following the law. We simply cannot allow people to pour into the United States undetected, undocumented, unchecked, and circumventing the line of people who are waiting patiently, diligently, and lawfully to become immigrants.
Okay, what's going on, everybody? We are here. We're live. I want to thank you all for joining me today. If you can see and hear me clearly, please drop a 1 in the live chat to all of us.
With executive authority, is there more you could do? Absence on all I can do. Just give me the power. I've asked from the very day I got in office. Give me the border patrol. Give me the people. Give me the people, the judges. Give me the people who can stop this and make it work for us. You know what?
He lied to you. He lied.
Absence on all I can do. Just give me the power. I've asked.
He said, I've done all I can do. Just give me the power. Because apparently he exercised all means that were available to him to stop the tidal wave. I didn't know where I was going with that there, but to stop the tidal wave of illegal immigration that he unleashed upon us. He himself unleashed upon us. Once again, he lied to us. That wasn't true. He said that he had done all that he could do, but that clearly wasn't the case, because as you can see here, Biden signs executive order drastically tightening the border, a border that he himself opened up, right? So let's get into this article here. Let's dive into this to see what they're talking about and what Biden has to say. And let's unpack some of this. Facing mounting political pressure over the migrant influx at the southern border, President Joe Biden on Tuesday signed an executive order that will temporarily shut down asylum requests once the average number of daily encounters tops 2,500 between official ports of entry, according to a senior administration official. Let's not also forget the chief reason that he's doing is outside of the fact that the election is 6 months away or something like that, if not less than that. There is a debate between Biden and Trump coming soon. I believe it's June 27th, if I'm not mistaken. As I've stated numerous times over and over again on this channel, the migrant crisis is Biden's Achilles heel. In February, according to, I believe it was Gallup polls, or was it Pew Research or the Gallup polls, it showed that illegal immigration, the migrant crisis, was the chief concern of all Americans in the country. So with that being said, and him headed into a debate with Donald Trump, there was no way that he can go into that debate with Trump in November and for him to at least not have on paper that he attempted to do something Prior to this executive order, Biden literally for close to 4 years now has done absolutely nothing to stop the tidal wave of illegal immigrants that he unleashed onto the population. He could not go into that debate and get dog walked on the migrant crisis issue, which he still will get dog walked by Trump. But there was no way that he can walk into that debate empty-handed. This is his way of not entering into that debate empty-handed, to at least be able to say, well, I kind of tried something. That's something coming way too late, way too late. The border is not a political issue to be weaponized, Biden said in a White House speech announcing the order. The shutdown would go into effect immediately, since that threshold has already been met, a senior administration official said. Look at that. Look at Biden shutting the border down immediately. Something that he said he couldn't do, something that he lied to you about. And he just did it like that with a stroke of a pen. The border is closed. The border would reopen only once the number falls to 1,500. The president's order would come under the Immigration and Nationality Act sections 212F and 215A, suspending entry of non-citizens who cross the southern border into the United States unlawfully. This is something that we have discussed over and over again on this channel. This is a article here that he had an option to use once again for close to 4 years now. For close to 4 years now, he could have put in place the Immigration and Nationality Act sections 212F and 215F. And what that states is this. Section 212F of the Immigration and Nationality Act reads, whenever the president finds the entry of any aliens or of any class of aliens into the United States would be detrimental to the interests of the United States, he may by proclamation and for such period as he shall deem necessary, suspend the entry of all aliens or any class of aliens as immigrants or non-immigrants, or impose the entry of aliens any restrictions he may deem to be appropriate. He always had that in his bag. Always had that in his bag. And if you're someone who is subscribed to the channel, you would know that. If you were subscribed, that's why you hit the subscribe button and the bell notification next to the subscribe button. He always had this in his bag to use, and deliberately, intentionally chose not to use it while lying to the American public, stating that there was nothing he can do. Give me the power. I need Congress to give me the power. No, you had the power and you chose not to use it. Senior administration officials said Tuesday in a call with reporters that individuals who cross the southern border unlawfully or without authorization will generally be ineligible for asylum, absent exceptionally compelling circumstances, unless they are accepted by the proclamation. Look at that. If you cross the border illegally, you will be ineligible for asylum. Look at Biden just simply enforcing the border laws that are already on the books, that have always been on the books, that he chose not to enforce. Look at him just doing the obvious. The officials said that migrants who don't meet the requirement of having credible fear when they apply for asylum will be immediately removed, and they anticipate that I can't fumble this because this is very important. I'm going to start this paragraph over again. I cannot fumble this. The officials said the migrants who don't meet the requirement of having a credible fear when they apply for asylum will be immediately removed. And they anticipate, in air quotes now, not air quotes, but in actual quotes, and they anticipate that will be removing those individuals in a matter of days, if not hours. Biden signed this executive order, and with the stroke of a pen, within hours, illegal immigrants began to get deported. Within hours. something that he could have done 3 to 4, coming up on almost 4 years ago now. He's just now doing it in this moment in time after lying to you over and over again, saying that he couldn't. I want to get into Biden's deportation record for just a moment. This is something that we've gone through a few times over. But since we're, talking about deportations now, let's get into it. Let's get into that, because deportations is something that Biden is not a fan of. This is something that he doesn't do, right? 2018, 2019, and 2020. These are the Trump years. In 2018, Donald Trump deported 256,000 illegal immigrants. In 2019, he deported 267,000 illegal immigrants. In 2020, the year of the great illness, he deported 185,000 illegal immigrants. Joe Biden, in year 1, 2021, deported only 59,000. In 2022, he deported only 72,000. Now that we're coming at the halfway mark of his presidency, and it's going to be time for him to run for a re-election, that's when we see the numbers bump up just a little bit to where you see fiscal year 2023, the number of deportations finally hit the $100,000 mark of 142,000 illegal immigrants deported. And I believe Biden is currently on pace to pass that number up now in the election year of 2024. Once again, this is only because he's running for re-election. In the first half of his presidency, he couldn't even break 100,000. 59,000 deportations in fiscal year 2021 is shameful and ridiculous. That's crazy. Only 59,000? But now we're hitting into the 100,000 area because, once again, I'm running for re-election. So I need to start deporting people. I want to reiterate and hammer away on the point that Biden, outside of the fact that we're looking at the numbers in front of us, what I need you to hear is hear it from a former immigration judge's mouth. I need you to hear it from a former immigration judge's mouth on how he could not substantiate whether or not the Biden administration were following through with deportations once he issued deportation orders. And this is something that he had never had a trouble with administrations prior to the Biden administration. So I want to play that for you right now, because I feel like that video is extremely important to watch for those of you who haven't seen it already. It's roughly around 3 minutes long. We're going to sit through it because it's worth sitting through as it pertains to the information that's being delivered in that video. Before we do that, I have to shout out the contributors to today's stream. Thank you very much. Shout out to my man, DSB, for 16 months of service as a channel member. I appreciate you, DSB. He says, keep up the amazing work. My warrior brother, I definitely will. I appreciate you, DSB. Shout out to RG for becoming a channel member. Thank you very much, RG, for becoming a channel member. Thank you. I appreciate the support. Shout out to Mr. Inglewood77. He said, ghost riding, watching like Nicolas Cage while eating hot Cheetos. Much love, though, TD. Why you got to ghost watch eating hot Cheetos, man? Just hit the subscribe button, Mr. Inglewood77. But I appreciate your contribution to today's stream, man. Thank you very much for the super chat. And shout out to Terrence Monger, I believe that is. Shout out to Terrence Monger for becoming a channel member. I appreciate the support that you all show me. I literally don't exist without you guys' support. So I truly appreciate it when you do. Thank you. Now let's get into the video of the former immigration judge showing how difficult it is to substantiate whether or not deportations are happening under Joe Biden. Let's jump into that right now.
Either Mr. O'Brien or Ms. Wanger wants to answer this question. I always kind of wonder what happens if people come here illegally and commit a crime. You know, people talk about law-abiding, da-da-da. If you commit a crime, and I'd like you maybe to compare the Biden administration to the Trump administration, to the Obama administration or Clinton administration, what happens to you if you commit a crime? And how does this compare to, like I said, if you'd committed that crime 6 years ago?
O'Keeffe's Lip Repair is hard-working skincare with guaranteed relief for extremely dry, cracked lips.
current laws and regulations that govern Colorado's wildlife management have established an ecosystem with stable and
Mr. Grothman, as to the first part of your question, if you have committed one of a wide variety of crimes which are set forth in the Immigration and Nationality Act, the way the law is written, you're supposed to be placed into removal proceedings and get a hearing. Unfortunately, I think over time, the hearings have been analogized to a criminal proceeding, but they're not. They're very similar to a driver's license revocation proceeding. So if you have been convicted by an Article III court of law, the crime stands on its own. And what you get, we call them a notice to appear now, but you get an order to show cause, essentially to show why you shouldn't be removed from the United States. And those crimes can range from things that are classified under the INA as aggravated felonies, which are set forth in 101A43A of the Immigration and Nationality Act, to things that are classified as crimes involving moral turpitude. So everything from shoplifting to murder can potentially get you deported. There are some crimes that are considered lower level enough that they would not. And if you've committed certain low level crimes, you can apply for relief from removal. But anything that is classified under the INA as an aggravated felony crime is supposed to result in your removal from the U.S. and then you being barred from returning for a certain number of years.
As the rigor at which we enforce these rules, is this changed between the Trump or even Obama administrations and President Biden?
Yeah, it's changed significantly. There seems to be significantly less willingness under this administration to use the administrative and expedited removal procedures, wherein if people have been removed from the United States after committing a crime and find themselves back here, they can actually be removed without a hearing. I also found that when I was an immigration judge, I later tried to determine how many of the people that I had ordered removed, that the removal had actually been effectuated from the United States, which was something that was fairly easy to do under prior administrations, but I could not substantiate that a single individual that I had entered an order of removal against had actually been removed by this administration.
He can't substantiate that any of the people that he put in removals for were actually removed. He couldn't substantiate any of the deportations. This is something that he had never had a problem with under administrations prior, specifically Trump. He never had those issues. I'm not sure if he was around during Obama, but that's irrelevant at this point. Because the reality is that he's telling you right here and now under the prior administration, and I'm assuming administrations prior, he literally never had a problem substantiating whether or not those he put in deportation orders for were actually deported up until Biden. And obviously, as we can all see here, clearly they were not being deported, especially in fiscal year 2021 and fiscal year 2022. Now, what I want to do is get into what I feel is the meat of today's discussion, right? I want to get into the meat of today's discussion, and that's this right here. That's this right here. Biden administration offers mass amnesty to migrants as it quietly terminates 350,000 asylum cases. Shh. Did it quietly. Biden did it quietly. Let's jump into this right now. Let's get into this article. And if I didn't state it earlier, which I feel like I did, but in case I didn't, everything that you see on your screen right now as it pertains to, videos, articles and whatnot that are on your screen right now, they will be, the links will be in the comment section, will be pinned in the description box below, right? The links to all this will be in the description box below. So you can read and watch all this stuff for yourself, minus my commentary, which I strongly suggest that you do. Let's get into it. While the Biden administration is attempting, let me run that back. While the Biden administration is attempting to look like it's getting tough on the border, I like how they started that off. While the Biden administration is attempting to look like it's getting tough on the border, behind the scenes, it's operating a program of mass amnesty for migrants, the Post revealed. Data show that since 2022, more than 350,000 asylum cases filed by migrants have been closed by the U.S. government if the applicants don't have a criminal record or are otherwise not deemed a threat to the country. This means that while the migrants are not granted or denied asylum, their cases are terminated without a decision on the merits of their asylum claims. They are removed from the legal system and no longer required to check in with authorities. The move allows them to legally identify and, the move allows them to legally indefinitely roam the US without fear of deportation, effectively letting them slip through the cracks. What does that mean? It means that they turn into ghosts. It turns into ghosts because they're no longer in the system as potential asylum seekers. They no longer have a court date. They no longer have on record a deportation order. If they indeed missed a court date, they have nothing. They're just not on file anymore. By terminating the cases, you're just letting ghosts roam free. Ghosts like the individual that we discussed in today's video earlier that I dropped. I can't remember his entire name, but his last name was Mata. Many of you may remember this. It's the Venezuelan illegal immigrant migrant who sent a couple shots, we'll say, at two police officers, and he connected. He hit both. The officer survived. One was hit in the chest, his bulletproof vest. The other one was hit in the leg. They were okay. He survived, or they both survived. But the point is that migrant, Biden's migrant, right? His case was terminated. His asylum case was terminated because he was deemed not a national security threat. And once his case was terminated, what happened from that point on is that he began his life of being a full-time degenerate in the United States. And there is a connection, as we're going to see later at the end of this article, highlighted by ICE agents themselves. There is a connection between asylum cases being terminated, and then from those asylum cases being terminated, those same individuals then result to a life of crime once the asylum cases have been terminated. And it makes logical sense that they would do that because, once again, when your asylum case is terminated, you effectively become a ghost in the country. So nobody knows who you are and nobody knows where to find you. But I don't want to jump the gun. We'll wait until we get to the end of this article to really highlight that. And thank you all for those of you who are contributing to today's stream. I'm going to get to those super chats and shout you all out in just a moment. But I just wanted to let you all know I see you and I truly do appreciate you. I do not exist without your support. Thank you very much.
Make this a summer to share and save during the Kia Summer Sticker Sales Event in one of our capable SUVs. This summer, visit your local Kia dealer and save. Lease a specially tagged 2024 Seltos LX for $189 a month.
We as a community have been targeted by a number of different efforts by corporate America to be not only the test ground for exploitation, but have felt victim.
Look at this right here. Look at this piece of data right here. This highlights, let me zoom in a little bit more for you guys so you can see it better, because you might not be able to see it that great. So this right here is a chart that shows how when Biden took office, asylum cases that were effectively terminated with no resolve skyrocketed. What you see in the green is granted asylum. What you see in blue is ordered removed deportations. And what you see in the red is not adjudicated. Not adjudicated simply meaning the case was terminated without any resolve. There was no resolve. It was not adjudicated. And the illegal immigrants turned into ghosts. What you see here is when you scroll down is during the Obama years, 2014, 2015, 2016, guaranteed asylum, ordered removed, not adjudicated. It's all rather equal and even. I'll zoom in some more. Why not? Let me so you guys see this better. You can see it right here. right? But not adjudicated, the red is what we're focusing on. Not adjudicated is when the illegal immigrants turn into ghosts because their cases were thrown out. So you see here, under Obama in his last years in office, they were rather, everything was all even, which is cool, it's fine, I guess. Trump takes office in 2016, and then his start date obviously effectively begins, January 2017. And cases that are not adjudicated here in red, meaning cases that were just terminated just to be terminated, in which the illegal immigrants go free, that hit the floor. Under the Trump administration, virtually zero cases were terminated just to be terminated. Virtually none of them, as you can see here, hit the floor. Once Biden gets into office, oops, it skyrockets. Once he gets into office, it shoots up like a rocket, as you can see here. Shoots up like a rocket the moment he gets into office. 2021, here's liftoff. To the moon, forget to the moon. Biden took it to Mars. He took it all the way to Mars. And to get a better understanding of this, I want to get into the actual numbers, because you can see here that Trump's numbers are to the floor and Biden's numbers are to the moon as it pertains to those not adjudicated, meaning those migrants who have turned into ghosts effectively walking around the country and we don't know who they are. You can see that, but when you see the numbers for yourselves, it's very glaring. I want to get into that right here. Here are the Trump years. On my right, over here, on my right, is where the not adjudicated cases are. 2017, 11,000. And this is the Trump administration. 2017, not adjudicated cases, 11,000. 2018, not adjudicated cases, 5,000. 2019, 4,700. 2020, 4,700. Biden comes into office 2021, 18,000. And in 2022, it skyrockets to 102,000. And in 2023, it goes up even further to 149,000. And currently in the fiscal year of 2024, which will end, I believe fiscal year of 2024 ends September 30th of this year, if I'm not mistaken, we're already at 113,000. That's where you get that 350K plus number that you read at the top of this article as it pertains to how many migrants have essentially been set free from the burden of even having to be involved with court cases to where they could become ghosts. That's where that number comes from. 102,000, 149,000, and 113,000. Under the Trump administration, 2018, 2019, 2020, he wasn't even breaking 10,000. Wasn't even breaking 10,000. None of these cases were getting thrown out under him. Now, let's go back to where we left off. I want to go back to where we left off, and we are right here. This is just a massive amnesty under the guise of prosecutorial discretion, according to Andrew Arthur, a former immigration judge who works for the Center of Immigration Studies. You're basically allowing people who don't have the right to be in the United States to be here indefinitely. He added to the post. Once again, that's another former immigration judge who's stating this. An ICE officer stated this: please let me know what's really going on. ICE officers don't even know what's happening here. And this is why in my video prior, the video that I released earlier this morning, I was discussing how, we should probably have some grace on ICE officers, right? I don't want to get too much into what was discussed in that video from earlier this morning. You should just go watch it. But it's pretty hard for ICE officers to do their job when you have to fight against the president of the United States, as well as governors and mayors of cities and states all across America, particularly Los Angeles, Chicago, New York. You have to fight against them as well, where none of them are willing to cooperate with you so that you can do your job as ICE officers to actually detain and deport illegal immigrants, right? So I don't hold much against them when they fumble the ball. And they did fumble the ball in today's video that we discussed this morning. But like I said, I'm not going to get into that right now. In 2022, under Biden, a memo issued by ICE's principal legal advisor, Carrie Doyle, and seen by the Post, instructed prosecutors at the agency to allow cases to be dismissed for migrants who aren't deemed national security threats. That year, 36,000 ordered removed. I'm not going to read that part because that's just going over the numbers that we just went over. So what I want to do is scroll down a little bit here more. And I think we're coming to the end. Ah, yes, we are. I think matter of fact, let me read that over again and bleed into that appropriately, right? In 2022 under Biden, a memo issued by ICE's principal legal advisor, Carrie Doyle, and seen by the Post, instructed prosecutors at the agency to allow cases to be dismissed for migrants who are not deemed national security threats, right? Now what I want to do is I want to go down to the portion that I told you about where ICE officials discuss what happens once these guys have effectively been taken off the books and become ghosts in this country, right? I want to get into that right now in closing. ICE officers who spoke with the Post flagged an increase in cases of migrants committing crimes after their asylum cases have been closed. Now, on one hand, you have the Biden administration who has instructed essentially the border authorities to do away with the cases of those asylum cases of those who are not deemed a national security threat. And what we're seeing here by word of ICE officers is that there is a connection and an increase in crime, an increase in Biden's migrants committing crimes once those cases are done away with. Why is that? Well, as we discussed earlier, because they effectively become ghosts. They become ghosts. ICE officers who spoke with the Post flagged an increase in cases of migrants committing crimes after their asylum cases have been closed. This forces agents to restart removal proceedings, which typically take years. If the migrants whom ICE no longer controls or monitors commit crimes after the dismissal, ICE will have to start all over and issue a new notice to appear in court and start the clock all over again, an ICE official told the Post. It's starting to increase. I repeat, ICE official stated, it's starting to increase. A second ICE officer told the Post, pleading for publicity over the issue. Understand what I just read there at that last sentence in closing. Zoom in on that. It's starting to increase. The ICE officer is literally talking about crime. He's talking about crime from those specifically and particularly those who have had their cases thrown out because apparently they're not a national security threat, right? He said it's starting to increase. A second ICE officer told the Post, pleading meaning begging, pleading for publicity over the issue. You have ICE officers that are literally begging for help. They're begging for the message to get out there that crime is increasing as you're doing this, but nobody's listening because when you put this information forward, it's automatically deemed misinformation, malinformation, right? You automatically turn into a Russian bot, which I am, powered by artificial intelligence and ChatGPT. You automatically turn into all these things and you're dismissed as someone who's apparently xenophobic. I would think that ICE officers would know best. I would like to believe that, but apparently they don't. Apparently they don't. Apparently this ICE officer, I guess, is lying. I guess he's not being truthful. If you let anybody else tell it, if you let Biden tell it, if you let the DNC tell it, he's not being truthful. But from all the stories that I have reported on over and over again on this channel concerning migrant crime, especially migrant crime that's happening in border towns, right? On the American side, clearly this is true. Clearly this is true. And we saw it the most evident in the most recent crime committed by an illegal immigrant, Venezuelan migrant, who was only 19 years old, whose case, his asylum case, was dismissed, not adjudicated. And once that happened, what proceeded was that he fell down. I shouldn't say he fell down. He didn't fall down anything. He proceeded to move forward with what he always wanted to do, which was come to America to commit crime. Because prior to sending a few shots to 2 NYPD officers, which those shots did connect, but they survived. Prior to sending a few shots at those officers, he was already a suspect in numerous thefts. What's it called? Thefts of purse and cell phones. You know how in New York, particularly, he was a suspect in numerous crimes in Queens, where these Venezuelan migrants, they're riding on mopeds and scooters, and they're snatching purse out of women's hand, and they're snatching cell phones out of their hand, while they're on the scooters. He started to participate in this, and it was a suspect in numerous cases like that. And in the midst of being pursued Monday morning, he said, you're never going to take me alive, and bow, bow, bow at the cops, right? This isn't the first time we've heard of something like this, and it definitely is not going to be the last time. But that's what Biden is unleashing onto the population.
Oh, excuse me. I'm hoping you could help me. I'm looking for something that.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, because that is the most important thing you can do for me on this channel. What it does is that it helps to make sure that those who are subscribed to the channel will indeed get their notifications, and it also helps to push this video through the YouTube algorithm as well. Secondly, if you're new to the channel, or maybe you've been ghost watching this channel for quite some time now, please do me a favor and do your have to say this. It is shameful the way in which these DNC media outlets, whether they're mainstream media outlets like MSNBC or internet outlets like Roland Martin Unfiltered, it is shameful how these DNC media outlets refuse to cover anything that has to do with the migrant crisis. It is shameful. Joe Biden has so much blood on his hands, figuratively speaking, American citizen blood on his hands, that it isn't even funny. The crime that has occurred by illegal immigrants in cities across the country, from New York to Chicago to Boston, none of this gets discussed, and it all gets swept under the radar, under the bad faith argument that technically American citizens commit more crime than illegal immigrants, right? Why is that a bad faith argument, especially coming off of Biden being in office going on 4 years now? It's a bad faith argument because, as I've stated numerous times over on this channel, when it comes to major metropolitan cities like Chicago, New York, Los Angeles, so on and so forth, we already have our own foolishness to deal with our citizen population. It is expected and accepted that in these major metropolitan cities where we live at, foolishness happens. Sometimes tragedies happen. And if you live here, that's just part of the game, and you accept it. And hopefully you might live in a nicer part of town where that's not so much your reality. But what has happened, because Joe Biden made it his business to strip away all of the Trump era border protections and then lie to the American citizens as if there was nothing he can do to stop the flow of illegal immigration that he unleashed onto the general population, just to turn around with 3 weeks before a debate with Donald Trump, I believe on June 27th, to sign an executive order to literally shut down the border effectively immediately at the time that he signed the executive order. That lie and everything in between is the reason for unnecessary theft that has occurred by illegal immigrants, unnecessary loss of life, and unnecessary assaults that we've seen. We have now in these major metropolitan cities, on top of the foolishness that comes with our citizen population, have imported foolishness coming from across the border. And these are people who otherwise would not have been violated. These are people who otherwise would not have lost their lives, had their personal possessions stolen, or have been assaulted had those Trump era policies still been in place. But because Biden made it his point to strip those away and then lie to you as if there was nothing he can do, this has now resulted into the loss of life of American citizens, as well as the assaults on American citizens and theft on American citizens. There was even a situation at a border town. I did a story on this where a border town, I believe it was in Texas, the crime went up 5,000%. 5,000%. And in that one particular area, that one particular border town, there was, I believe it was a woman who passed away because in the middle of her health emergency, we will say, they dialed 911, but you have to remember a lot of these border towns are small towns. So they don't have that many ambulances, you can say, to begin with. But under the normal circumstances, they don't need an abundance of ambulances and health service providers like that in a small town. But the point is this. In this town, the woman that was in a health emergency, to which their family dialed 911, the ambulance never showed up to come get this woman, to which she ended up passing away because all of their health service providers and ambulances were too busy at the border attending to this mass illegal immigration that has occurred because of Joe Biden. And because of that, and because they were away dealing with the madness at the border, because of that, this woman passed away, who otherwise would most likely possibly still be alive. So now here we are in Gotham City. And we have this here that I have on the screen. Fight between migrant squatters. Here we go with the squatter stuff again. It's amazing how the crooked Gotham City Council just refused to pass any meaningful law to protect the New York City citizens who own property. But I don't want to get thrown off. Fight between migrant squatters and fed up building residents, legal residents, sparked fatal NYC double homicide. Let's get into it. A Bronx shooting that left 2 people dead erupted from a heated dispute between migrant squatters, Biden's migrants, and fed up legal residents of the apartment building, with the migrant suspect now on the run, police said. Jose, I believe that's what his name is, but whatever. Jose Ruben Silva, 21 years old, who already has a lengthy rap sheet, by the way, is being sought by cops in the May 24th fatal shooting. And for the record, because I guess it does matter, I know I'm not pronouncing his name correctly, but his first name is spelled Josue. For those of you who want to look this up yourself. And also, as per usual, this article link will be in the description box below for you to read for yourself as well, which I suggest that you do and share this article out with your family and friends, as well as this video, right? But let's get back into the article and into the news. Silva was among a group of Biden's migrants that had been squatting inside the building when one long-term legal resident, I believe the name is Clarita Daniels, 44 years old, told her pals that one of the asylum seekers disrespected her. Let's make an amendment to that. When she told her pals that one of the illegal immigrants disrespected her, NYPD Chief Detective Joseph Kenney told reporters Tuesday. So basically, what you have now is the older residents, legal residents from the building that have lived there for some time, come to her aid, Kenny said. The new arrivals, they run into the building. They come back with their crew that is armed with bats, knives, and all sort of weapons. I repeat, the new arrivals, illegal immigrants that are squatting, they run into the building and they come back with their crew, gang, that is armed with bats, knives, and all sorts of weapons. One tenant, Everett Slade, I believe the name is, got into fisticuffs with one of the migrants who got the worst of the exchange, which is when Silva pulled out a gun and opened fired, the chief said. So one of the tenants was getting the better of one of Biden's illegal immigrants. Basically, he was putting hands and feet on him, right? Despite the fact that they came out with weapons, bats, knives, armed to the T, he was still getting hands and feet put on him. And because he was getting hands and feet put on him, Silva, this guy up here, decided, hey, let me do what I do best. I'm going to pull out my weapon and fire on this man. And this is how that all turned out. Slade was shot in the arm, while Daniels and another man, identified as Justin Lewis, were shot in the chest and mortally wounded. Silva then allegedly fled the scene and is now the subject of a manhunt.
Donald Trump is the first former U.S. president to be a convicted felon. A convicted felon.
Convicted felon. Convicted felon. Convicted felon. Convicted felon.
Kenny said tension between tenants and the squatters had been building up, leading to the shooting. So this tension has been going on for a while now between the illegal immigrant squatters and the legal residents of that building. This has been happening for a while now, and because New York City Council is so corrupt, they are so corrupt and are so pro-legal immigrant, despite the crime, despite the unnecessary loss of life, despite the assaults, they don't care. They refuse to lift the sanctuary city status. They refuse to even make a minor amendment that was proposed by Eric Adams, which Eric Adams proposed that there should be an amendment to the sanctuary city status law, not removed, but an amendment that states that if an illegal immigrant commits a violent crime, he must immediately be turned over to ICE. That sounds like common sense to me. They wouldn't even do that. They wouldn't even do that. And because of this, we see tension building up between those who shouldn't be there and those who are legally allowed to be there, lead to those who are legally allowed to be there, American citizens, leading them to lose their life to those who really have no legal claim to be here in the United States. This is really sad. This is really sad and unfortunate. And I can't even begin to wrap my mind around how frustrated and upset I'd be, enraged I'd be, if one of my family members lost their lives to Biden's migrants, because it would have been an unnecessary loss of life that didn't need to happen if Biden, excuse me, if Biden would simply have closed the borders to begin with, or if he would have just never opened them to begin with. This is all unnecessary, sad, and unfortunate. Witness statements say that these migrant guys are taking over several apartments in the building. I repeat, witness statements say that these migrant guys are taking over several apartments in the building, he said. They've been living there. They've been living there the last 6 months. They broke into abandoned vacant apartments. Law enforcement sources said Silva, who has been busted on half a dozen times. I repeat, wow, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Law enforcement sources said Silva, who has been busted a half a dozen times this year on robbery, theft, and gun charges, How do you get busted half a dozen times on robbery, theft, and gun charges, and you're still walking the streets? I know why. When you're one of Biden's migrants, an illegal immigrant, you're an untouchable in New York City, as well as places like Chicago, Los Angeles, and so on and so forth. American citizens, on the other hand, robbery, theft, and gun charges, and you're just one man doing all this, hey, you're going to jail. Biden's migrants, you get to get out of jail free press no matter what you do. But I digress. It continues to read, is also a person of interest in a series of migrant mobbed charges. A source close to the investigation told the Post that Silva crossed the border with, a source close to the investigation told the Post that Silva crossed the U.S. border with Mexico illegally in May of 2023 and was later caught and sent to a shelter. But the fugitive migrant could be using an alias and may actually be just 17 years old. Wow. So we don't even really know who this guy is. Is he 21 years old or is he 17 years old? And is Silva his actual name or is it not? We don't know. He's a ghost criminal. He's literally walking around this country as a ghost. Outside of the photo that we have of him, there's no real method of tracking him down, because we don't know his real name. We don't know his real age. We don't have his date of birth. There's no nothing. The guy is effectively a ghost. That's what he is. He's a ghost. And it's really sad and unfortunate that things have turned out this way in New York City, which is now Gotham City. And we're also seeing that there is a consistent pattern of those who are coming here to commit crime that find themselves on the other ends of shootings as well. They're not just robbing and they're not just participating in theft. The last news story that I did in Gotham City, where you had an illegal immigrant Venezuelan migrant who shot at 2 police officers, he too was being investigated and someone who had participated in a multitude of robberies and thefts, to which when the NYPD caught up with him, that led to a chase on his moped in Queens, to which he said, "You're not going to take me alive." And he ended up shooting at the 2 cops. Both of the cops survived, right? Good for them. But the point is that none of this stuff should be happening to begin with. And that's the point. None of this should be a thing to begin with. But it is, unfortunately. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So I want to thank you all for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel. And also don't forget to follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. The link to my Telegram is in the description box below. It will be pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. And until the next video, peace and have a great afternoon.
Roll into Freddy's for our new Freddy's Frost in lemon and orange cream. All natural ingredients blended with Fred.
What's going on?
Yeah, so see these illegal immigrants that sleepy Jim Crow Biden is letting into this country, running the goddamn month. So the next one is about this one in New York that shot the police NYPD officers. PD officers. He had this asylum case dismissed. It was one of the 350,000 that did.
Everybody, thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, because that's the as we go through this article here. And yes, the link to this article will be in the description box below, so you can read it for yourself in entirety without my commentary. Now, this article is titled "Migrant Accused of Shooting 2 NYPD Cops Had Immigration Case Dismissed Within a Year of Illegally Crossing into the U.S." Let's get into it. The Venezuelan migrant accused of shooting 2 NYPD cops during the early hours of Monday morning crossed into the U.S. illegally last year, but the case against him has already been dismissed, the Post can exclusively reveal. Bernardo Castro Mata, 19 years old, who shot one officer in the chest and the other one in the leg after they attempted to stop his moped in Queens, had a hearing in Chicago on May 6, where an immigration judge closed his case, according to ICE sources. Now, remember what we discussed in one of our live streams here. Sometime it was last week. And that's why you all need to be subscribed to the channel and hit that bell notification so you're informed of when I go live as well. Because we discussed how Biden is fast tracking asylum seeker claims. But what we didn't know was that what that meant, from what it seems like here, is that fast tracking the claims means we're just dismissing them altogether. The information emerged less than 24 hours after the Post exposed the Biden administration's dismissal of asylum cases and deportation orders against 350,000 migrants because they didn't have criminal records or aren't deemed a national security threat. Those migrants are also under no obligation to leave the country and no longer monitored by Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, making them undocumented. The Biden administration is allowing foreigners to violate our immigration laws at every possible opportunity with no finality, no resolution of their cases. And that's exactly what's going on right now. We're allowing this mass asylum fraud to take place, and there isn't any type of real resolution happening, which is deportation. Deportation is the only resolution that needs to be happening when we're faced with so many fraudulent asylum cases, especially when they're committing violent crimes like this. But what's crazy about all this is that this individual right here that shot 2 cops and is a suspect in a host of other robberies and purse snatchings, he's not going to get deported. He's not going to get deported. He'll get a slap on the wrist. He might do a little bit of time in jail. I don't know. Maybe 2 years, something like that, 3 years tops. I don't know, something like that. And then he'll be re-released back into the citizen population of New York City, but he's not getting deported. Even if there's an ICE detainer that's been put out on him for NYPD to hand him over to ICE, NYPD is not allowed to honor that detainer because New York City is a sanctuary city in which they are not allowed by law to collaborate with ICE, right? And they're not allowed to partner with ICE in order to remove illegal immigrants off the street. They're not allowed to do that. But let's get back into this article. This is just the latest example proving that the government does not have the capacity to adequately vet large numbers of people randomly pouring across our borders. Former ICE Chief of Staff John Fear, who is now at the Center for Immigration Studies, told the Post. Maher illegally crossed the border into Eagle Pass, Texas, where he was caught and arrested, but later released in 2023. The Venezuelan national failed to provide an address to authorities, which assigned him an immigration court in Chicago for proceedings, according to an ICE source. Now, mind you, he never lived in Chicago, because if you read other articles about him, which this article doesn't get into, he always stayed in New York. For the most part, he was held up at a hotel in New York this entire time, but ICE had him registered in Chicago. So it goes to show how backwards the entire system is altogether. ICE didn't respond to the Post when reached for comment about Maher's case, because obviously the Post wants to know, well, wait a minute, this guy's been in New York the entire time. Why did you have him assigned to Chicago? But here's the thing, and the reason that I have that highlighted in blue, I don't put anything on ICE. I don't charge ICE with anything negative. Everything goes back to Biden and the DNC, because they are the ones who allowed this madness to continue and to go on. And I should say they're the ones that started this, right? And opened the floodgates to illegal immigration to begin with. You can't be mad at ICE when they're not given the tools to do their job. And you literally have a president sitting in office who refuses to cooperate with them and allow them to do their job in any meaningful capacity, alongside with mayors and governors of states like Illinois, Chicago, New York City, Los Angeles, California, where they won't cooperate with ICE either. You have an entire political apparatus right now that refuses to cooperate in any meaningful capacity with ICE to remove illegal immigrants off the streets and to deport them. So once again, I say all that to say, I get why ICE wouldn't respond to them, because I'm sure they're very embarrassed by all this, but I don't put any of the blame on ICE. They're doing the best they can when they're literally dealing with opposition on all sides when it comes to them just simply trying to do their job. So I just wanted to make that point very clear, and hopefully you all have that same understanding as well. Now let's carry on. The sweeping closing of cases by the Biden administration means the migrants are not granted or denied asylum, but their case is removed from immigration courts altogether. Once cases are closed, the subject is no longer in removal proceedings to deport them, which is the government's default position for all immigrants admitted at the border. Such migrants can't apply for benefits, financial aid, a work permit, or vote in elections, immigration lawyers have told the Post. However, once a case is terminated, they can reapply for asylum or seek other forms of legal status in the U.S. And here's the thing also, right? And I don't have that highlighted as a standout point, but I should have. Though they can't technically apply for benefits, financial aid, work permits, and things of that nature, that's not necessarily true. In sanctuary cities like where I am in Los Angeles, they have a host of benefits that they can apply for. They have a host of benefits that they can apply for. And I'm pretty sure that in New York and Chicago, where they haven't implemented specific benefits that are directly for illegal immigrants that they can apply for, in areas where they haven't applied that yet, they will. So that really doesn't mean anything. That really doesn't mean anything. Just because you're an illegal immigrant doesn't mean that you're now barred from being able to participate in these entitlements, you can call them, like financial aid benefits, a work permit, unemployment, things of that nature. They're not barred from that at all in these sanctuary cities. But I digress. Let's carry on. A 2022 memo issued by ICE a 2022 memo issued by ICE's principal legal advisor, Carrie Doyle, and seen by the Post instructed prosecutors at the agency to permit case terminations for migrants who aren't deemed national security threats. Well, what does that simply mean? You can be a common criminal. You can engage in purse snatchings and phone snatchings and attacking women in this way because technically, and I guess legally, that doesn't necessarily make you a national security threat. That just makes you a common criminal in the United States of America, but you're not a national security threat. So I find the choice of language and wording that they're using to justify dismissing these cases very interesting. Meanwhile, President Joe Biden is poised to issue an executive order to close the southern border once the number of migrant crossings reaches a certain number per day of either 2,500 or 4,000, according to sources. Federal authorities recorded a daily average of 5,900 crossings in April, excluding gotaways who sneaked over the border and into the U.S. escaping apprehensions. And understand, when you're talking about gotaways, you're talking about hardcore criminals, as far as I'm concerned, because there's no reason for you to be a gotaway when you know and understand that under the Biden administration, you can cross the border at any portion, right? It doesn't matter if it's a legal port of entry or an illegal port of entry. It's irrelevant. As long as you cross the border and surrender to the border authorities, you will automatically be granted an asylum case. When you know this to be true, but you still choose to evade the border authorities, right? When you still choose to evade Border Patrol and you then become a, quote, gotaway, that lets me know that you came here to commit crime. You're a criminal. Because there's no reason for you to be a gotaway. They were going to let you in regardless, right? And we already see that they're dismissing cases left and right. So if you chose to be a gotaway, that's because you have a lot of, as they say, slang terms, you have a lot of smut on your jacket. You got a lot of smut on your name, got a lot of dirt on your jacket that if you were to go through the proper process, which is the modern day Biden administration proper process of just surrendering and turning yourself into the authorities for them to give you an asylum case, you have so much dirt on your jacket and smut on your name in whatever country you came from that you're probably in our system here in America. That's the only reason that you would evade Border Patrol when there isn't any real reason to. But let's get back into it. Fear, however, said the order is too late and the damage to American safety has already been done. And I 100% agree with what Fear said. And I quote, he continues to say, the Biden administration doesn't seem to care much about the fallout from their open border policies, with their apparent goal of trying to legitimize this chaos through executive order. If they wanted less illegal immigration and fewer problematic people coming here, they'd be increasing deportations and invoking harsher penalties for foreigners who game the system. Instead, they continue to welcome the lawlessness and subsequent harm to American society, Fear said. And I 100% am in agreement with Mr. Fear. I'm 100% in agreement with him. It's too little too late. The damage has already been done. And if you are actually serious about resolving these matters, what you would do is start deporting everyone. That's what you would do. The moment you cross the border illegally, you're deported. The moment you get caught committing a crime, you're deported. The moment that I catch you, and I see that, especially if you're a military age male and you came here by yourself, yeah, no. You're out. You're out of here. Because most likely you already skipped out on your trial date anyways, as most do, the majority do. That's how you'd be handling it. But that isn't how they're handling it. Biden isn't engaging in any type of real deportation efforts. What he's engaging in and what we see him doing is dismissing cases and dismissing trials. That's what he's doing, and allowing these folks to stay here unvetted and free, essentially to commit crime, like we saw this guy Maher did. He didn't have a criminal record when he crossed the border. He wasn't deemed a national security threat. But the moment he got here, he immediately engaged in crime. And it escalated more and more and more, from purse snatching, cell phone snatchings. If you read this article in its entirety, because I'm stopping it as we're getting towards the end, you'll even see that he's even accused in one of the purse snatchings of hitting a woman in the face. He wasn't a national security threat. He didn't apparently have a criminal record wherever he came from. But he was allowed to stay regardless, just to do exactly what he did in New York City. Excuse me, just to do exactly what he did in Gotham City. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So thank you all for joining me today. Hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe.
Yeah, do the same with Frontline Black News. And about very attentive. So thank you to the media group for kind of update on it. Finish whether that's the young program. Keeps allowing us to question all the subjects. Put a halt. Election season. So the next one is New York lawmakers proposed bill to end Section 46 status amid immigration crisis.
Reputations are earned. They're built with hard work, time, and consistency. They're
Transform your hair with hair growth products by 12 tribes on Earth. Experience natural, powerful ingredients. They now want it gone. They are tired of city lawmakers are ready to end the sanctuary city status. They now want it gone. They are tired of the criminal activity and everything these illegals are costing them. We have enough criminals. New York City lawmakers unveil bill to end city sanctuary status amid immigration crisis. Amid a wave of illegal immigrants and high-profile crime incidents, a bipartisan group of New York council members introduced legislation Thursday to roll back the city's sanctuary policies. The bill, introduced by New York City Council Common Sense Caucus, would repeal laws that limit New York City law enforcement's ability to cooperate with ICE. According to the text of the legislation, it would also roll back a law that bars city officials from partnering with ICE to enforce federal immigration law and prohibits on the use of city resources to assist deportation officers. So members of the Common Sense Caucus, which is made up of both Republicans and Democrats, said in a press release that the repeal of the city's sanctuary laws would enhance law enforcement's ability to ensure safety and security. We have enough criminals in the city. We don't need to import more and protect them as well. This is City Councilman Robert Holden, a Democrat, said in a press statement. Repealing the laws that have created a sanctuary city status is common sense. Those who are wanted for heinous crimes back home or committed crimes in our country should be deported without hesitation, he said. We aim to end this reckless social experiment once and for all. I think a lot of people would be happy to hear that. Now, you talking about it and us seeing it, those are two different things.
Right.
So the bill takes specific aim at repealing laws enacted under former President Bill de Blasio. And de Blasio in 2014 signed into law a bill that largely prohibit the New York City Police Department from working with federal immigration authorities. And in 2018, he enacted legislation that reinforced this policy. However, as record numbers of illegal immigrants flock to the city and high-profile crimes committed by migrants make headlines, city leaders have begun to shift on the issue. More than 200,000 migrants have overwhelmed New York City since 2022, according to local reports. The migrant influx prompted Mayor Eric Adams to declare a 5% budget cut in September for government programs and services in order to pay for their housing and other services. And in August, he said the city was reaching a breaking point from the sheer volume of migrants. The city sanctuary status entered the spotlight again when it was confirmed that a 19-year-old from Venezuela accused of shooting two New York City Police Department cops on Monday entered the country illegally. So one of our so-called sanctuary city laws should be repealed, and it is time to make that case directly to the people. Minority Whip Republican said in a statement, happy to see this legislation introduced. It has my full support and advocacy, and I encourage all New Yorkers who want citizenship.
When you look at flavored tobacco, not only do you have the product, but you also have the marketing. And so when you specifically
to mean something again in the city and country to call the representative to support this repeal. Councilman Salman Yeager, another Democrat, was also in support of the bill. Giving no questions acts sanctuary to criminals is not a pro-immigrant policy. It is a pro-criminal policy, they said Thursday. But I thought, didn't they say crime was over-exaggerated and these immigrants really weren't committing that many crimes? Yeah, well, they're sure not singing that tune in New York City. It's not immediately clear how the bill will fare in the city council dominated by liberal Democrats. In response to a local media inquiry, Mayor Adams said that he would review the legislation before taking an official position. However, there does appear to be a shift within the mayor's office. ICE officials confirmed last month that Adams' office had been in talks with federal immigration authorities on how to do better coordinating their efforts and work around the city sanctuary laws. I've been working with the mayor's office. I've had dialogue with them. All right. And I give them kudos. The prior administration, Mr. de Blasio, there was no dialogue at all. Adams' office did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Okay. Well, it looked like they're going to push to get rid of the sanctuary city status. And I guess they are tired of the crime. And yeah, New York is definitely one of those places that have been hit exceptionally hard by crime. And they ain't just stealing. They have really been harming a lot of people there too. But if this legislation pass, it looks like they're going to have to take a hard stand against these criminals that they have imported in here from South America. But y'all, please tell me what you think about this video. Please leave your comment and subscribe. Don't forget to hit
All right, so I'm going to move us to what's happening here at Denver.
To be free and flexible and creative was really essential to what I wanted to make, and I didn't find a platform that did that other than Wix.
Another big story today about the city of Denver providing an update on its response to the migrant crisis.
Let's get out to Samantha Spitz breaking down some of the details. This all comes as a new study shows how much money has been spent on this issue, Sam.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Lisa, we're talking about millions of dollars here. There's supposed to be a meeting at the city and county building in Denver starting at noon to kind of discuss the update on this migrant response. We're told Denver Human Services is going to be providing a brief overview on the policy and their program. This meeting's open to the public, but we're told that it's not going to be broadcasted. But just looking, at where we stand right now as a city, as a state in response to the migrants coming into the state. They say right now the city of Denver is sheltering more than 500 people, but this is way down from the peak that we saw back in January. In total, the city says they've supported more than 42,000 migrants at a cost of more than $70 million since December of 2022. Now, that new report was released by the Common Sense Institute. That's a research organization that examines the financial impact of Colorado policies and initiatives. They estimate city, education, and healthcare organizations have spent between $216 million to $340 million on the migrant response. Here's a breakdown of that report. They use data from the city of Denver as well as local hospitals and school districts. They say that the total cost to Denver Metro schools related to the migrant students is $98 million to $22 million. Also says emergency departments have delivered an estimated $48 million in migrant care. Now, the city of Denver, like we know, they've spent $70 million on all support services, so facilities for sheltering, food, clothing, stuff like that. It says the facilities is estimated as the greatest cost so far. Denver's also distributed about $5.3 million to nonprofits who are also supporting those efforts. Now we know that there has also been some funding as well from the state of Colorado and the U.S. government. But, you know, as the daily arrival of migrants has slowed, that's something that we've seen over the past couple of months. The city is constantly updating its response as well as the total estimated spending specifically for this year. Reporting live in Denver, Samantha Spitz, Daybreak on 2.
All right. Yeah, interesting numbers to break down there. Appreciate it, Sam.
Denver's scaled-back assistance program for migrants has just 500 spots. The city is intentionally limiting the amount of help to try and limit the numbers of people coming to town. Our Angeline McCall shows us the city's enrollment process for those migrants lucky enough to get in.
Voy a hacer una presentación para ustedes hoy para aprender sobre el asilo.
It's information that brings with it an opportunity.
El asilo es muy parecido a ser un refugiado en los Estados Unidos.
Opportunity that will set families on a better track.
Sí.
Nicole and Jackson brought one son with them to Denver, with another on the way.
Una bienvenida y propósito.
With so much information, they need to make a decision.
Entonces. La que tengo que firmar.
It's an easy yes for them to enroll in the new Denver Asylum Seeker program.
Y la verdad queremos estar legal para poder estar bien y tener un trabajito y poder tener cómo ayudar a nuestra familia.
¿Todos aquí son de Venezuela o alguien es de otro país?
The program means they'll get help with housing, enroll them in a work skills program, ESL classes, and the one thing they need the most.
Más que todo con el asilo.
And with it, a work permit 6 months from submitting the application.
Y tengo una emoción grande en mi corazón porque siento que esto es un paso a seguir, a estar legal, a tener los beneficios que de verdad uno se lo puede ganar portándose bien con disciplina.
Each step, they make sure they know what they're signing up for.
Pero uno tiene que asistir todas las clases, todas las reglas.
Jackson and Nicole haven't been able to find work since arriving in December. This program, they hope, will change that.
They get job certifications and they're matched with a really good job at the end. And so it's basically like an upskills program where folks at the end can get a job that pays better than the job that they would be able to get at the beginning.
Sarah Plastino, the Denver Newcomer Program Director, says more than 530 people have enrolled so far.
And this is just the beginning. We're building out the program, and over time, we'll continue to admit new people and expand the program.
A beginning for the city's new program and for the families who have decided to enroll in it.
Son muchos beneficios que la verdad nos interesa porque, bueno, yo me siento contento. Yo de aquí donde estoy, me siento alegre, me siento contento.
The city says many of these families have really strong asylum cases, but that means that you are a victim, for instance, of persecution or violence in your home country. However, winning asylum is not an easy thing to do, and the city knows some of these families that they're helping with this application ultimately will not end up with a successful case at the end.
Yeah, we've talked about that process here in the past, Angeline. For folks who watch next, we helped out a nonprofit, the Colorado Hosting Asylum Network, that pre-vets all of the people coming into their program to see who has like a really rock-solid asylum claim, and they've never lost one. The city is going into this knowing that some of the people that the city helps will be denied.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. You know, these asylum cases are really difficult to win. It's a very high bar to actually win an asylum case in court. And so, yes, the city sort of took this cohort from a date of announcement rather than sort of vetting. And so they know ultimately that there are families that are being accepted into this program, currently eligible, that in the end won't have a successful asylum case. As for what will happen to them, we don't know, but that's really years down the line when they find out in an immigration court that, you know, you do not have a successful case.
Want to clarify something I said. There's 530 enrolled for 800 eventual spots. Angeline McCall, thank you.
Turn shipping to your advantage with more on-time deliveries.
I'm not even sure Denver wants help. Not serious help, at least. Keep this in mind. So Denver basically is running at a deficit of roughly $89.9 million, and projected deficit for 2024, right, in its entirety, based off of the influx of migrants, will be $180 million. So currently they're basically asking to kind of expedite
New info right now on Denver's handling of the migrant crisis. A new report by the Common Sense Institute estimates that city education and healthcare organizations have spent anywhere between $216 and $340 million on migrants. The group adding the total cost to Denver public schools is estimated to be anywhere from $98 to $222 million. The report also says hospitals have spent nearly $48 million on migrant care in the last year and a half. This comes as the city said it spent $70 million.
President Biden is looking to limit the number of immigrants allowed to cross the U.S.-Mexico border. He is expected to sign an executive order this week.
It would also potentially impact cities like Denver that have spent tens of millions of dollars on the immigration crisis.
Well, tonight, Denver 7's Brandon Richard explains exactly what this executive order would do.
Well, the immigration crisis has overwhelmed Denver over the past year, but some say what the president is about to do is not the solution.
I think it's all politics.
Christina Brown is an immigration attorney and executive director of the Colorado Asylum Center.
We help people who can't afford access to legal representation navigate the asylum process.
And she's not happy about what she's hearing coming from the White House.
I think it's unfortunate that this administration is once again politicizing asylum seekers.
President Biden is expected to sign an executive order on immigration as soon as Tuesday. While the details are still being finalized, the sources say it would limit the number of immigrants who could claim asylum if crossings at the southern border reach a certain level. Immigrants would also have to return to Mexico and wait until the daily average of crossings falls.
Honestly, there hasn't been a lot of difference between the Biden and Trump administrations on immigration policies at the border.
Immigration is one of the top issues voters are concerned about. More than 42,000 immigrants have come to Denver in the past year and a half, and the city has spent over $70 million housing and feeding them. Mayor Mike Johnson said he didn't know about the president's plans.
I must confess I have not read it. I just saw the news alert on my phone the same way that you have.
In a statement to Denver 7, Colorado U.S. Senator John Hickenlooper called the executive order severe, but he says it's a result of Republicans boycotting a bipartisan deal earlier this year. Brown says while politicians play politics,
I have no doubt that it's 100% political.
She's thinking of the people forced to flee their homes, now caught in the middle.
So I would urge people to show some compassion for people who literally have to give up everything to survive.
In Denver, Brandon Richard, Denver 7.
Game days are better with fridge temp dry drawers. Adventures are better with ice retention for days. Exploring is better with life-proof durability.
There are fewer migrants crossing the southern border now than a couple months ago. Fewer migrants arriving in Denver. Yet the city's making a plan for the next potential surge, buying one building to use as a shelter and preparing a second to open. Our Angeline McCall explains.
As the city buys another building, it's developing a long-term plan to shelter migrants.
To not be prepared for that would be irresponsible. So we need to have the facilities.
The city will buy the gym turned migrant shelter from Denver Community Church in Athol Park for $4 million, money from the newcomer budget.
You may recall that as part of the newcomer budget, we had specifically identified $9.5-ish million of capital investments.
City Council approved the dollars earlier this month because the city has been leasing it since late 2022 anyways.
It's more cost effective if we can just we own the building, we already have it, we can use it for something else down the road if we need it.
Right now, families who used to sleep in tents on the street are staying there today with more accommodations like an outdoor kitchen.
And so by owning the building, we could immediately look into making a few changes that could help them out that we maybe necessarily couldn't do if we were just leasing it.
Bigger picture, the city is also working on activating a different building. They've asked us not to share the location, but say they're working on converting a warehouse into a space that could offer short-term congregate shelter.
If there's one thing that we have, that we do know is that we don't know everything that is going to happen, and we need to be prepared for all these different contingencies.
Denver Community Church had purchased the gym property to create more space for them, and once they got the construction costs back, they ditched that plan. And with the timing of migrant arrivals, they then started leasing it to the city. So really, Denver Community Church never occupied the space that the city plans to purchase here.
As for the warehouse space that the city has been using, I know there were some concerns, we heard them from some next viewers, that the city was literally going to be warehousing people, and they were kind of uncomfortable with that. What's the deal with that space?
Yeah, we've heard some concerns. Again, this is a warehouse different than the DCC location. And so the warehouse, they say that they're still outfitting. They're trying to get it up to fire code. And this would be another congregate shelter. And so it would be another option for people to go into shelter when they arrive in Denver. Again, what's offered today is 72 hours for people who are not accepted into the new Denver Asylum Seeker program.
All right. Angeline McCall, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move on from this because it's a very important day, and that was a very important moment, I think. Staying on the issue of voters, the border, and migrants, there are about 680 hotels in New York City. 135 of them are reportedly operating as migrant shelters. One of those hotels is the Row Hotel, where Carlos Arellano used to work. Carlos joins me now. You tell me, how do hotels make money from these migrants? Tell me.
Well, they charge the city, the taxpayer. They charge them double. You know, people think you're just paying for the room, but you're paying for the staff members. You walk into one of these hotels, and depending on how far you get, you can see a table of 10 staff members. But out of those 10 staff members, only 2 of them are really working. And the other 8 that are there, they're just hanging around, not doing the thing. And when I used to work there, I used to say, why do I need 10 people when I have 2 people only working? I need to get rid of some of these people. And the excuse was always the contract requires this many people. And it requires that many people, 10 of them, because they want to charge the city more from the taxpayer funds. So they upcharge anything they can. You know, if they say, oh, we're going to offer them homeschool teachers for the migrants who don't want to go send their kids to public school, the hotel's going to charge it to the city twice as much. So they find any little excuse to charge more money inside.
What's the condition of these hotels now from the inside? How are they being, I hate to say trashed, but are they in good condition or not?
Oh, no, they're ruined. They're never going to be what they once were. And that's why they keep renewing the contracts, because they don't want anyone to go in there and see what damage they've done to this place long term. Every other week there was power outages at the Row on the floor 23. So I used to go to work and they would say, you have 5 floors without electricity, go figure it out. And we would be without electricity because it would be 5 floors of illegal migrants wanting to plug in air fryers into their rooms. So can you just do the math, 5 floors worth of people. There's 5,000 people in this hotel spread across 28 floors. You have 5 floors trying to plug in air fryers. It's going to short circuit the electrical wires.
And there's 135 hotels in New York City which house migrants. There are 680 hotels altogether. 135 of them are just for migrants. That's not going to change, is it?
Oh, no, because the last thing I've been hearing when I've been out talking to migrants at the border is they tell each other, they coordinate, they tell each other, make sure your hearing, your asylum hearing is in New York, because in New York, there's judges who lean a certain way that will give you more time. If you put your court hearing in Texas, you're going to screw yourself over. So they tell each other, leave your court hearing in New York, claim your free hotel once you get there, and then come back to Texas. Because if you do it in Texas, it's not going to go well for you. So they coordinate with each other, telling each other, go to New York, go to Chicago, go to Denver. So this is not going to stop anytime soon.
Carlos Arellano, thank you for joining us and telling us the true picture here. We do appreciate it, Carlos. We'll see you again real soon. Thank you, sir. Kevin O'Leary with us.
Thank you for having me.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that
audacious and unprecedented plan to end homelessness. It moved quickly, now slowly. The city got more than 1,000 people into temporary shelter within months, and they're just sitting there. Moving them into permanent housing was always going to be the hard part, and as our Mark Salinger reports, more are currently leaving the program to go back to the streets than into a home.
I always say finding people housing is the easy part. The tough part is actually keeping them housed.
In a city that's made it its mission to solve homelessness, housing is only the first step.
We just expect, hey, get someone off the streets, put them in housing. Housing first model, that's all that we need. But there's so much more. The need is housing stability.
Brittany Catalinas knows that.
She's been there.
I'm a person with lived experience myself. I've been homeless.
Now she runs Be Connected, working with landlords across the city to provide social services to vulnerable renters. Her goal is to use technology to avoid negative outcomes like evictions. She's teamed up with Councilmember Chantel Lewis to survey people living in homeless hotel shelters in Denver about what they need to succeed.
If we're looking at you as a holistic person, what do you need? Yeah, you need good housing, but you need to feel a sense of belonging. You need to feel safe. You need to feel clean. You need to feel fed.
Of the nearly 1,200 people who've moved into the city's hotel shelters so far, only 30 have found permanent housing through leased apartments of their own. Compare that to the 147 that left the shelters to go back to living on the streets. Outcomes like that are what Brittany hopes to improve.
We work with people who've been homeless into housing. We know that they may be struggling with misuse of substances. We know that they may have criminal backgrounds. Great, we can get them into housing. That's what this...
The streets.
So, 1,200 people. 1,200 people homeless shelters. 30 found house. Then 143 released back to the streets. 47.
That left the shelters to go back to living on the streets. Outcomes like that are what Brittany hopes to improve.
We work with people who've been homeless into housing. We know that they may be struggling with misuse of substances. We know that they may have criminal backgrounds. Great, we can get them into housing. That's what this project is here. But why do they lose housing?
And so meeting people where they are and with their needs is really important.
Grace Birdwin is a developer and landlord. At her building in Ruby Hill, she knows a fridge and a microwave and a roof don't always bring peace or guarantee success.
And so I think when we remove the ability for our residents to determine what they view as success and what they view as valuable, then we automatically set ourselves up for failure.
Housing is a big step. Keeping people housed is just as important.
The survey they're hoping to implement at shelters around the city includes simple questions like, do you feel safe? Are you hungry? And even if you have pictures or art on your wall. They say the answers can reveal whether someone feels welcome in a community and what services they need to succeed. The changes from living on the street to moving into an apartment, Kyle, can be jarring.
And I think it's important that people recognize that this is work that's been done in the community for a long time, although the city's effort is certainly new.
Exactly.
It's good to have you back. I know you and your family have just seen a national outpouring of support following the passing of your dad, Rick, last week.
It's been tough, and words like you said on this show are so important in what's keeping us going throughout all this difficult time. And just want to extend a thank you to everybody who shared their memories of my dad. All those old videos of him have really put a smile on our faces. And I got to say, Kyle, I've known him as dad. I didn't realize the impact that he's had on this community for so long. But what I will most miss is that I won't get a text after this show saying, yeah, nice job.
He was here watching you every night because he was really proud of you. Thank you, Mark.
Denver's push to end homelessness is now focusing on a group of people that many say should have been the first to be housed. Mayor Mike Johnston says Denver is on track to become the largest American city to end veteran homelessness. The new goal is to have every veteran off the streets by the end of the year.
We will be the largest American city to make sure that no veteran who has served this country sleeps outside on the streets of Denver.
Denver housing officials believe 52 veterans currently remain on the streets. For reference, spokesperson with the mayor's office told us 67 veterans were moved indoors into hotel shelters or micro communities during the first year of the mayor's House 1000 initiative. Another 200 veterans are relying on congregate shelters around the city for housing. We know the city has had a hard time moving people out of those transitional health shelters and into permanent housing. Johnston says the city plans to help veterans in specific make that transition through federal programs and housing vouchers.
Our first hope is to get them off of the ground and then onto the first rung of either transitional housing or congregate shelter. Once we've gotten everyone up to that rung, now we want to move everyone up into permanent housing of their own, which would be the next step. And this is about both first getting the entire veterans population to that safe, stable first rung, and then getting the rest of the entire unhoused population to that safe, stable first rung.
Johnston says the goal is to reach a functional zero. That's what he says for veteran homelessness, where the number of veterans exiting unsheltered homelessness each month outpaces the number of veterans ending up on the streets. Trying to get that back down to zero.
New details in a tough love plan to end homelessness.
Just look at man. Shh. Do your steps. This is what it said. A specific veterans. Can't fuck. I mean, beautiful, right? So that means if you can do it for one kid, and he can do it for specifically to veterans, that means that he can't pass the okie doke. It's what my brain would add it. He can't pass the okie doke. That means he can do it specifically for this group. Don't say it out loud, but it goes with this. Don't say it out loud. It goes with this. Okay? That's specifically for this. Don't say it out loud. He can't really not do it. You can do it for one, you can do it for the other, just like you've been doing for the this group here. Okay? Don't say it out loud. There you go. There's your answer.
Aurora City Council members will vote on proposals to tackle this problem. Maher joining us now with a deep dive into this proposal. Matt.
Erica, several plans are on the table for a vote tonight, and it comes after Aurora's mayor saying in a recent op-ed, homelessness is a top issue and requires a long-term strategy. Aurora's City Council taking several approaches to tackle this issue in ways they say will be different than Denver. First, a change to Aurora's court system. A proposed program called the HEART program will be set up for people who are homeless and facing low-level offenses. That stands for Housing, Employment, Assistance, Recovery, and Teamwork. It's basically a probation system for people who are homeless that offers support and will allow them to stay in it for a year, then get their charges dropped. Another plan would toughen up existing camping bans in the city and make it so people camping along the I-225 corridor get a ticket and a court date. Right now, they get a 72-hour notice to move. The mayor says they're also offered services, but few take advantage of them.
It's a tough love approach in the sense that we're going to be more aggressive about getting people off the street, but also more aggressive about getting them into the resources that they need, whether it's addiction recovery, mental health, job training, whatever.
The mayor says Aurora has about 300 people living on the streets, and most of them are off that I-225 corridor. The meeting is expected to begin in about an hour and a half at 6:30. We'll let you know what happens with the vote. Jeremy?
All right. Tonight, we're getting a better idea of what Aurora's so-called tough love approach to homelessness will look like. The city revealing its plans to expedite encampment sweeps and create a special court for those on the streets.
Denver 7's Claire Lavazorio spoke with city leaders about the plan and explains why advocates are so firmly against it.
Driving along the I-225 corridor, tents are pitched at several spots stretching from Colfax to Parker Road. Disbanding camps in Aurora requires 72-hour notice. But Aurora's Mayor Mike Kaufman says it's time to crack down.
Policy is better than doing nothing, but not working as well as it should.
Now the city is taking steps toward accelerating sweeps and launching a specialty city court connecting campers to services.
We want people to receive help, accept it, right? But we can't allow you to do whatever you want to do, especially if that's breaking the law.
That's Councilman Steve Sundberg. He says Aurora doesn't want to aid people in their addiction, but rather require them to receive services they often refuse. The HEART program, which is expected to launch this summer, will adjudicate low-level nonviolent misdemeanors such as trespassing. In year one, it will cost the city around $220,000.
Certainly more expectations of the those experiencing homelessness.
Kaufman says those expectations are owed to taxpayers of Aurora, which is why under this new camping ordinance, there would be no notice. A location could be closed if the city swept a camp there within the past 6 months. Other criteria that could be cited include someone dying or having been seriously injured by the conditions present, past or present criminal activity, or fires resulting in a response by firefighters. just to name a few.
People need that notice in order to collect their belongings and find another place to go.
Homeless advocates think this change is the wrong call.
You can't enforce your way out of the homelessness crisis that we are in.
A tough love approach Aurora's leadership is committed to.
We're going to have a policy that is fair to the taxpayers and compassionate to those experiencing unsheltered homelessness.
Reporting for Denver 7, I'm Claire Lavazorio.
For context, Aurora's policies are drastically different from neighboring municipalities. In the past, Aurora has said that it prioritizes a work-first model. Compare that to Arapahoe County and Denver, which use a housing-first approach. That means they believe housing should come without conditions. For example, Denver is buying up hotels and converting them into shelters. There are no requirements for anyone to stay there. Aurora is also doing the same thing with one notable difference. The city says anyone who wants to stay at their hotel shelter must undergo job training and agree to certain conditions like staying off drugs.
So much happiness in Texas to the people. So people get suffering, not just the unhoused suffering, but the working people in Texas. They're the ones who really suffer. Because they really work good sleep. Like, so that one person gets carried, right? They carry against the freedom. It's like you don't have a choice. They keep you with that. They make people birds. You don't see everything. Like he said, over here around the light, over there, go to the state parks. Just really want to. Right? Right here, almost for whole life. Whereas if you go to the earth here, right? When you go traveling to those damn parks, they you know, they're here, they're opportunities in Texas. 6 8 like the national parks. The ones that they have they pay like a little federal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the
Like example, this is parks. Yeah.
Lucky Mountain.
Especially right. So the one that out the different people.
Yeah, that's the word.
Yeah. So like that. So they charge you. They charge you, man. So
yeah, you passed that. You passed that back in 2021.
No, you can't say no. You can't say I don't want to fuck that.
No, you can't. I got voted in. People voted in.
Right. So since you can't say no, and it's even $50 every year. Now keep in mind, they're from neighborship. What the fuck? That means that all the money you have $40. It's not even $4.
Well,
not just the math on the population. They drive. It has to have driver's license for whatever reasons. Right? So they make it right there. But they're also taxed with it. Right? So they tax some more. That's another shit.
yes.
So people who raped all over the place, they get nothing solved.
Nope.
They have cut us to say that there's money nowhere. I mean, that's the problem. It's a misappropriation. Misappropriation. Just let's just say I think that, you know, I think you misappropriate major funds in the funding. A lot of it for real life. Like 3 different people just so oh shit, your whole shit down until the fucking real life party. It's tired of everything. That's all I would do. Where I've been saying it serves black people, but can't afford your severe book. I would rather suffer for like 10 years. First, quarter more. You know, it's a bit like this. Slipping a journey. It's a run back. The walk off, right? Walk off. That's
homelessness has been around since the Civil War.
Right.
Since Reconstruction time.
You all you do say yes. Yes. You have to go along with it. Second care. So, even if that's the case, it's a wrong. Right, for it's just a simple war. What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? That's the same fucking tax.
No taxation without representation. We damn sure they get
Yeah, that's the same. What is it that? They might as well take the ordinance.
Look at us.
It's really shit. Education like just brag the Dollar Tree, right? Because it is gross. So I mean, I see and hear stuff like that. It's the end of the truth. You know me, I just show into the future of the conversation. And they were quick. You know, my alright. But I you need to tell me that I can treat the hotline. You don't pay because it's brand new. You don't understand it all right. Which is it's okay. Maybe someone doesn't right. But I'm like, what the fuck? Seriously?
Yeah.
It's hard for listening to whatever pretty words they were saying.
Yep.
It's hard for my food company. In fact, taxes were really low. That's always what it is, right? We low taxes, right? So go for the one. Hey, that's that one for the building. Which is, that's reality. I do it. I did it. Yeah, I want to feel it. See, low taxes. That's not it. You know what I mean? Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, think about it. But, I mean, isn't that one of those comforting terms? What else?
No. Sympathy or passion.
That's a comforting term in both work. No.
Hope. Hope.
I'm gonna fix these streets.
Hope.
Okay, that's a comforting.
Change. This is completely.
No, shit. Jesse, no.
Yes.
No. I'm lowering taxes. I'm gonna fix these fucking streets. I'm gonna make this your house, your I got like I'm in a work, right? Your homeowners tax. You know what I mean? The water shit, the water taxes go down. Like, those are things that people want to hear. Yeah, we're gonna add solar panels to your house. We need your utilities down. Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah, those are comforting things and like, I can get by there. You know what I mean? We can put it together.
Just a change.
Yes, that's what people want to hear about. Yeah, that's the comforting thing. My soul, it's tangible. It's things that people want to hear. Right? Like, hey, you know what? Every time the weather hits, fucking Mississippi's it's wide open, like fucking Ghostbusters, and that fucking one with Regal and the little fucking river of lava. I would give you that. I would actually tell you that the recipe is that the people haven't heard yet, that the state doesn't want to tell you about, and CSA doesn't want to tell you about, to fill in those fucking holes so that they never have to go over the street again. Because once it's done right the first time, we don't have to keep fixing it. But instead, they want to be cheap, do it wrong all the way around the first time. That's why creating one problem continuously is the problem that we need money to fix. We're going to hit this tax. If we did it, this one time the right way, that those taxes don't have to ever elevate this much again. Period. We might even be able to lower it down. You know what I mean? But bringing the motherfucking utilities down, it might bring the global warming down that we're having here in Colorado. You know what I mean? It's exceedingly hot in Colorado today.
Not yet.
What do you mean? Well, you've been here your whole fucking life.
Just wait. Since right now it's not surprising me. Now, if it's 100 or something degrees, yeah, just
Are you
early in it.
serious? You can't tell the difference between the last 10 years and
They must have
the
forgot
20
how
years
hot
before.
2020 was.
Fuck all that. How hot was it when it was in the 90s? 1990s. 95.
It was hot.
This
But not
hot?
like this.
How hot was it? How
It was in the 90s. Got to 100 or something. The all-time record is 105.
In the 90s?
Yes, in the 90s.
But it wasn't consistent.
But it still
wasn't every
happened.
year. It wasn't every year.
Listen, a 2 period. The 90s is a whole decade.
Yes.
It happened though.
But like once just
93 was hot. 92 was hot. 93 was hot.
where it got-
95
it got
was
to where-
hot.
it got to where it's like this.
97 was hot. 96
Just
was hot.
where it got like this.
Yes. We got like we haven't even hit 100 degrees yet. We just barely hit 90.
We just barely getting into summer.
It's not even summer yet. It's still spring.
So it's gonna go like this whatever spring. Dangerous. Dangerous
It was literally just cracking
right now.
last week.
It's I feel like we're living wait, we've been living in the same blood, the same street, and you're in a whole separate metaverse.
No, it's like I was studying with the Farming Act. That's like,
You messed up. Because I think we've been living in two separate Colorados.
no,
No, listen, you're on one side of the metaverse, like 20 fucking years down the line. Somewhere else, you're somewhere else. And that's where you're at. And I've been living
I'm right
extra
here.
universe. Remember?
I'm right here. That's
No, I think you're
and I used to study this too. Cause like I
Oh,
literally
my
used to
area.
study like weather. Cause like I'm serious. Like it's starting to irritate me. Cause waking up out of nowhere, trying to show, just going up on the tangent somewhere else. You know, hell. But, I'm not wrong.
Indeed.
Not.
I apologize. I apologize. This is a healthy debate. It builds character. It builds character. I apologize.
Random mistakes. It's out of nowhere.
Because it's fun. Because I was trying to explain something. And it's like,
No,
I
I'm just trying to act like the sky is falling.
no,
Like,
it's okay. It's okay. I apologize. It's not me. It's my fault. It's not me. It's my fault. Anywho, I apologize for the disruption of from my black people. Sorry, sorry, you're right. I apologize. Carry on.
yeah, so
It's not because I can't see it and it's not passionate. I really can't open my eyes without. I apologize. You're right.
so that's the update on the legal immigrant situation here in Denver and around the country. So thank y'all for tuning in to let me say get our RBA yesterday. So make sure to check that out.
And I was going to do that today to finish up my little project that I'm working on. Although right now, I forgot the key didn't get my access. Yeah, I see. So can't really see. But I feel like I can. I forgot. But I had seen that there's another one later on this evening. I should say. I don't know what happened. But I apologize. But
All right, so thank y'all for tuning in to this episode of Frontline Black News Season 4, Episode 10, Part 3 of the Frontline Black News. Thank everybody that came on tonight. just better to Maine. It's Shabaka. Shout out to Shabaka, West Coast correspondent. Make sure y'all join us later on today for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Blog Talk Radio. You simulcasting it again on StreamYard, so stay tuned for that. Make sure call in 516-415-996 at 7 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. And it's Black Love and White Hate. It's the title. Yeah. So yeah. So yeah, make sure y'all like to subscribe to all our platforms for Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And it's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and on Twitter, X.com. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations of Black empowerment from the mile high income and illegal migrant flooded city in the sundown town called World Tower